Right, hello everybody, welcome to Mark's Remarks Live. Now, I wasn't planning on going live today, but I was just sitting there thinking, yeah, you know what, I haven't done one for a while, and people have been asking me certain questions, so I figured, oh boy, I figured I'd, go live, because it's been a few weeks, Yeah, and anyway, that thumbnail, I bought myself a new bottle of vodka. Now, this is something, normally I go for the litre bottles, but this one, I'll get a litre bottle from the Co-op for 16.50. That's the Co-op brand. I went to Tesco and I bought the Tesco brand, a litre and a half for 22.50. Now, I actually worked it out. So that's so if a Co-op bottle for a litre is 16.50, put 16, so a litre and a half will be 16 and 8. That's 24. So this is about litre by litre, pound for pound. This is about £1.50 cheaper than buying the Co-op, and I'm yet to try it. I'm going to try it tonight, actually. What's this? Divided X. Hey up, Mark, how's it going? Oh, it's going too bad, thank you very much. I'm going to be just saying, I'm going to be trying my new bottle. I've never bought a litre and a half before, normally, but I've seen 1.5 and 2 litre bottles. If anybody knows where I can buy a 2 litre bottle of cheap vodka, you know me, I don't like to spend piss money away on name brand vodka. If you know where I can buy a 2 litre or upwards of a name or of a shop brand or non-name brand, let me know, and how much and where and all that lot. And yeah, that'd be useful for me. I can, because if I can buy that's a litre and a half. If I can buy a 2 litre or 5 litre, it just means I don't have to, I mean, not like take forever to drink it, but it's just that I won't have to bother picking one up again. There we go. I'm going to. Oh, I can smell it as soon as I took the lid off. Jesus, definitely smells different than Co-op vodka. Yeah, smells like vodka from when I was a young. How it smells when you're young. When you not used to it. Yeah, I'm gonna have I don't drink it neat, but I'm gonna have a tiny sip. I must admit, I tell you what, it is burning a little bit. I'm gonna have I've got a little bit left of the. I was gonna put that to one side. We've got a little bit left of the Co-op. I'm just gonna. I'm not going to take a swig. I'm just going to take a slight, just to taste the difference. Yeah, about the same. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, fuck me. It's burning. Yeah, it's because I never drink vodka neat. It's always with something. Fizzy drinks. Although I've been off the fizzy drinks for the last, must be a month and a half now. In the last month and a half, I must have had 3 cans. There you go. That's how much vodka I'm going to be, sort of like, half inch, I guess. I've been, I must have had 3 cans in the last month and a half, because it dawned on me that I was getting a bit fat, Probably shouldn't do this. This is my Uncle Ben's glass. It's resting actually on the computer. It's probably not a good idea in case I overspill it. What was I saying? Yeah, I noticed I was going to be a bit of a fat bastard, So what I've done, I cut out the drinks, the fizzy drinks, straight off, And like I say, I've had about 3 cans. It's only because one of them I had when I was out, and 2 of them were at work when they were giving out these mince pies over Christmas and stuff. And I tell you what, though, within a week or two, I could feel it it was getting, but it's been a month and a half, and while it's not completely flat, like when I was 25 and when I was training, it's definitely not as round as it was. I can actually feel there's less of it. After and all I did was cut out fizzy drinks. It's not bad. What I did, I went to the shop. This has been in the fridge for about a week. I bought two of these. They were doing a deal on these. Two of them. I don't know how much it was, 250 for two or something. But anyway, I've got this. Two of these, apple and mango. I went to Asda. I got some more apple drinks, apple and pear, and then apple and mango. I'm going to be driving those. I'll do a review on those. And because I do like the fruit juice. War ready? How do you do? Hello to you. Some war ready. Eon FN. What's up? Yep, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've got an idea about what I'm going to be talking about today, but I'm going to be winging it. Oh, G White is in the house. Hello to you, Paul Villis. Mark is on a sesh tonight. That's right. Yeah, I remember that was it. Last time I did a live stream, it was a couple of weeks ago. That was it. I did the first half in the kitchen of a beef casserole. I think it was. It was a casserole of some meat description, beef. I think. Put all that in the oven. Then I did a live stream for supposed to be an hour and 45. Turned out to be 2 hours, and I was drinking vodka all the way through it, and I was pretty, I don't know whether it showed, but I was pretty drunk. And then I went in the kitchen, finished off the thing, and ate it, and told you what I thought about it. That was the first time I've been drunk while filming any of my things. I mean, I've drunk vodka before while I've been doing live streams, but I never really sort of got drunk as such. But I was drunk that day. And it was like, although the casserole tastes good, I mean, it always tastes good, the way I do it. But I felt when I was eating it in the kitchen, I was having flashbacks. When you're young and you get shit faced, and then you go down a kebab shop and you'll basically eat anything out of a wrapper. It felt like that. I was just happy to be, lining my stomach with something. But it tasted good. Gold Dalek who you going to cook afterwards? Yeah, I think I might. I don't know what I'll have, because the thing is, I bought. I got a small chest freezer over there in the corner, and what it's kind of small. It's a chest freezer, because I've got a fridge freezer, but that's an old bugger all. And it's a small chest freezer, so everything in there, your meat, and your veg, and your ice cream, and your lollies, and everything's got to go in there, and there's pretty much sod all room. So what I did, I went out and bought another one, which was that size plus half again, I guess. Anyway, that's in the other room, and the new one I filled up with only meat. Okay, so you got gammon steaks, gammon joints, pork joints. I've got a whole duck in there. Fucking hell, it's like 1.5 kilos of duck, a huge duck, frozen one, and I'm going to be cooking that shortly. Fuck knows I'm going to do that. Looked it's only about £4, so I thought, it's huge, right? So I'm going to have to defrost it for a good 24 hours, I guess, and then I'll just put it in the oven, see how I cook that. Anyway, so you got meat pies, you got everything in there, chicken nuggets, meat products in that one, and then the one in the corner over here is full to the brim of vegetables. It's got like a tub of ice cream in there, but aside, and a pack of lollies. But aside from that, it's all vegetables. Because I don't know if you know, well, you won't know, but maybe you've got it at home. In any kind of freezer, other than a stand-up freezer, if it's some kind of chest freezer of any size, you go in, you take from what's on the top, right? And the idea is you'll gradually work down, but then you go to the shops and think, oh, we need some frozen roast potatoes, or we need some chicken nuggets, so we get those, put them on the top, and then you end up using those because they're on the top, and all the shit that's in there gets older and older and older. A couple of videos back, I did a chili con carne, which was, I think it was 16 months old. I actually wrote the date because I got it on a special deal, so I wrote the date on it. Yeah, it was in there for 16 months, and I was eating other stuff in there that's been there for a year and a half. So what I said, and then so to avoid that, right? Plus I can't fit sod all in there anyway. To avoid that, what I want to just separate them, right? So now, I don't have to, because before I'd have to pull out 6-8 bags just to find a bag of peas at the bottom of the bloody freezer, right? And then you got to put it back in, and you got to do that every time. So now I've got a freezer dedicated to only food products, and I went to Iceland a couple of days ago, spent 75 quid, almost to the penny. It was like it was like £74 and change, right? And then I still had half that meat freezer left over, because I took a few items from here, put them in the new freezer. The the old stuff from here I put at the top. So anyway, so that filled up. So then I went to Farm Foods. If anybody knows Wolverton around here, Farm Foods is a freezer place, a bit like Iceland, but different, full of freezers. Went in there and I was adding everything up as I went along, and I figured it to be £55. Got to the counter, and it turned out to be £49.99. Shit. So, but because I thought, well, because I got this leaflet through the letterbox, with a load of vouchers on it. Spend £25, you get £2 off. Spend 50 quid, you get £5 off. And I was a penny short of the 50 quid, but the woman said, "Oh no, don't worry about it." The computer. So, spent £55 minus £5 token that I had, from the leaflet. So it come to 45 quid. So that's what's that? There's 125, and it's 125 because I only bought meat products from Farm Foods, and no veg, because I'm actually right to the bloody rim of their small freezer full of veg. Iceland were doing great. They were doing like £1 a bag. Carrots, peas, sweet corn, broccoli, Brussels sprouts. I said broccoli. Anyway, all that, but £1 a bag, so I've got a dozen bags of those. So the meat one is about that far from the top. So I figure I might put a little bit more in there just to top it off, and then just leave it and just whittle it down all the way down to the, that's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to get down, right down to the bottom. But it means that I don't have to go out there anymore and buy stuff. Everything I need. Anyway, I'm waffling on. I'm missing all the... Jack Reed is in the house. Just spotted the live stream. So a live stream. Hello. Hello, Jack Reed. Soviet Battle Mole is in the house. War Ready says, "Mark, can you give me a tip for a good easy meal?" Casserole. Yeah, I went down the charity shop, bought myself a casserole dish. It took several times. I have to go in there for about a month, asking them every time, "Have you got a casserole dish?" And I finally got one. £5 casserole dish. What you do, you get any chunks of meat you got, right? I've done. If you type in Mark, on my cookery bit, type in Mark's Remarks casserole, you'll see me. I've done chicken casserole, I've done beef casserole, pork chop casserole, sausage casserole. Have I done a duck casserole? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe a gammon casserole, and then I've done a casserole with all 4 or 5 meats in them. Basically, I've got 1 pork chop left, got 1 sausage left, got a little bit of chicken that's got to be used. Throw it all in the hot pot, in the casserole dish. Throw it, cram in whatever vegetables you can fit it to the brim. Potatoes, carrots, peas, well, not peas, but hard vegetables like carrots and potatoes. I'll put some cauliflower in there. Any other veg you can cook separately in the microwave, put it in a bowl of water. And then just put it in the oven for an hour and 45 minutes, but put a stock cube in there, with some water. An hour and 45, easy as all hell. Just type in Mark's Remarks casserole. You'll see me doing bunches of those. It's one of the easiest dishes. Yarboy Reese. RHYS Reese. Yarboy. Have you seen the Bohemian Rhapsody movie? No, I haven't. I'm told that it is pretty well nowhere near the truth of the Ray, mainly because those other band members. There was a reason why, because Sacha Karen Bowen, the guy that did Borat, right? He was going to play the lead singer of Queen, right? Freddie Mercury. But they wouldn't allow it because for some reason they didn't like Sacha Bowen, Cohen, being fucking dumb shits they are. You know, they couldn't see the appeal of, you know, 'cause, I mean, he looks like him, you know. And they didn't like, they wouldn't want it to be any comedy thing. But but apparently the you know, this new film is not exactly up to true. I mean, I realize they're not making a documentary, but I mean, you want some realism in there. You don't want to be some crybaby band members saying no, we don't want this because that puts Freddie Mercury in a bad light. I mean, look at his lifestyle, right? I mean, how, you know, talk about a bad light, you know. But no, I mean, if I can pick it up on DVD out the secondhand shop, maybe one day, you know. But I'm not going to run down the cinema and pay big money to watch this guy's movie. Chemotherapy wig. Hi Mark, long time no see. Sorted out your moderators yet? Yeah. Well, I do have a few. I think I've got 2 or 3. I can't remember. It's been such a long time since I did a live and since I put them on. I mean, I can bring up their names once I'm off the live. I can't remember who they are. I've had 1 or 2 people who decided they no longer wanted to be moderators. That was mainly due to my blackface videos. And well, actually, it was Halloween blackface, you know, Halloween face paint. Anyway, they took exception to that, and it was a bit of a shame because one of them in particular was a long-time viewer. And but this person decided they no longer wanted to be associated, so they, you know, asked to be taken off. So I've got about 3 people now. I always have trouble reading this. Cons Customs 1. Hey Mark, what's your favorite movie? Well, I have 2 favorite movies. One is The 13th Warrior with Antonio Banderas. You know, I must have watched that movie 15, 20 times, you know. It is such a good movie. It's kind of like he's in the, I don't know what he is, an Egyptian. He's living the good life in Egypt, right? And the king has a bit of a problem with him, so exiles him. He meets up with a load of Viking types. They go off on a quest to deal with some cannibal headhunters that were ransacking the villages back in the homeland. 13th Warrior. There you go. I mean, that's one of them. And one of them, actually, I like the first Tremors movie. I love those buddy movies, you know, Tremors. I like all of them, but mainly the first one is my favorite. And number 3 would be, not, there's no in particular order, but the third one would be The Breakfast Club. When I was about 16, I went to I went to America on a school exchange. We went over there to live in their homes for a month, went to their schools, went on trips and all this kind of shit for a whole month to, you know, school exchange. And this would have been 86, I think. I was 16 in 86 because I was born, you know, anyway. So it would have been about 86. The movie at the big movies that came out then was Porky's and The Breakfast Club. And let me tell you, The Breakfast Club was the movie that everybody was talking about, you know. in the schools. And yeah, so we went to see. So I'm sure that was that a yeah. It was about then. Anyway, yeah. So I mean, basically, I mean, you couldn't get any simpler story, really. You've got like 6 kids spending a Saturday in detention at their school. They've been for different reasons. They've all been naughty kids at their schools, and they've had to come into detention. And the whole film is them getting to know each other. It's such a great movie, The Breakfast Club. Great soundtrack by Simple Minds. Don't You Forget About Me is the which I mean, I've told this story before, but I mean the story of the song, you know, the lyrics of the song "Don't You Forget About Me," and it goes on to basically the idea is, you know, if you see me walking down the street, you know, say hello, don't just ignore me. That's the idea of the song. And yeah, I mean, I've had that happen, you know. Complete strangers at work get together on a day out. Everybody's having a flying time, you know, and as soon as you get back to work, that's it, complete strangers again. But that's the theme of the story. Ah, Daniel's in the house. Hello, Mark. I've been fetching some Heinz big soups tomorrow, thanks to your earlier upload. I'm fetching some. I'm not sure that is. I think the idea was you'd be trying to decipher. It's you've been, because of the video, you've been going to get some big soups. I think that's what you're. Excellent. I tell you, I think I'm probably going to do another one, because you were saying in your earlier comment that you can pick them up for 90p. You know, which is actually, you know, a little bit of a saving, because I've seen them for £1 in, I think, Poundland, and my co-op are doing them 2 for £2. So, you know, you buy them in pairs, there's £1 each. I did a video the other day. You know, we were basically, you know, I've had a few complaints about that one. Fuck them. I've just deleted a few because they were being a bit derogatory about my style of videos. Or, you know, I don't mind people criticizing, you know, or saying negative, you know, but when they start to get really sort of derogatory, you know, but yeah, you know, I've had a couple of people say, you know, they criticized the video, but it was a Heinz big soup, and I had some French sticks. Put some cheese on there, and, you know, I did something different than sit there and eat a bowl of soup, right? I decided to, you know, do something different with the bread and cheese. And yeah, what I'm thinking was, I'm thinking I might go get a couple more and then see if I can bulk it up. Because what I'm thinking was that I mean, it's called big soup, right? It's pretty chunky, but I figure you can make it extra chunky. So I'm gonna figure out a way to make those big soups even bigger. So hopefully I'll better work that out. King Tigaro, how's it going, Mark? Looking well. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I've been avoiding soft drinks. That's what I've been doing. So yeah, I'm actually feeling a little bit better as well. You know, less of a fat belly. Yeah, just cutting out fizzy drinks. You know. So if I'm looking better, that's probably what it is. You know, it's just Liza. Mark, I think I'm in love with you. Oh, thank you very much. That's G White's asking about the election result. Actually, I'm not exactly certain what you mean. I tell you why. Because there was a time for ages, and I used to talk about stuff on the YouTube, when I used to watch the news all the time. Any opportunity I got, I'm watching the news, I'm reading the paper, I'm finding crap out on the internet, keeping up with current events, right? But fuck, if what with you know, we got Theresa May in at one time, right? And then she was running the country. She was talking shit and then promising stuff which never materialized. And then the election came. You had that blonde baboon Boris Johnson come in. He was the 5 minutes after he fucking got voted in as prime minister. He's going to do this with the Brexit. And then that never came. So then he changed the date again, just like they all do. Oh yeah, I was joking about that first date. No. No. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make it this in 3 months' time. So I don't know whether that's what you mean, but I tell you, because of that, and it just fucking pissed me off. Or every time I watch the news, I'm shouting at the television screen, which is a bit awkward when you're at the works canteen, and you're shouting at the telly, making your comments, But I figured, fuck it, right? I'm going to stay away from the news, which is something I don't like. I want to keep up with the news, but it used to piss me off so bad. I just stay away from the lot, and now I don't know shit about what's going on. I didn't even know Boris Johnson was voted prime minister until it was about a couple of days after the fact. This is somebody mentioned it on a comment. It's because it just fucking annoys me, how they're fucking with us, the politicians. Spice and Easy is in the house. Just a quick visit. Dave Hall, hi Mark. Liking the new haircut, very smart, from Dave. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do. The older I get, the short. I mean, when I was young, I've had hair down to my shoulders. When I was 18 or so. But the older I get, the shorter the hair gets. I kind of like functionality. I mean, like, when I got it cut just a few days ago, it needed cutting. Although I do like it long because I like to, you can twirl your hair around and turn it, twist it into knots. But it's not much, you can't do that when it's short. But I prefer my hair shorter. War ready, Mark. I have some chickens in the backyard. Their eggs are very gamey. Taste different to shop bought eggs. Yeah. I mean, I've had that when I've had chickens. Even when I've gone to places and I've eaten free range eggs in cafeterias or whatever, totally different. I mean, even they're good free range eggs. They taste good, but nowhere near as good as actual eggs that you have on your property. Mainly because they'll have a different diet. They're a lot fresher. I mean, have an egg that's like an hour old, a couple of hours old, is a lot better than a week or so old. That store bought eggs. They literally are. They can be a couple of weeks old before the shop gets them. But yeah, I'm not sure about why they're tasting gamey. But I mean, if they're edible, then great. But I mean, it all depends. I mean, when I had chickens, I used to feed them. Oh, I used to joke with people that the chickens ate better than I did, which at the time was sort of pretty true, because I didn't have the channel and I was eating a varied diet. But I used to buy a big bag of grain, which I used to fill their hopper full of grain, and I used to put in there mix it, because the grains consist of like wheat, barley, corn, right? But 3 or 4 different grains, right? But then also crushed, broken sweet corn, bits of corn in there, dried out, broken corn. You put that in there. But I used to also put in hemp seeds I used to get from the market, rice, raw rice. They used to love that. I used to put that in there and just, what was the other one? Sunflower hearts. We used to buy these from a stall in the market, sunflower hearts. So what I used to do was to put it all in a big bowl, all their ingredients in a big bowl, mix it around, then pour it into their hopper. So it'd be a good mix from the bottom all the way to the top. And they used to fucking love that. And then I used to subsidize what they did. This is what you can do already, and anybody else. What I used to do then as well is have plant pots in the garden with a wire mesh over the top with about that much. You got dirt, fresh air, and then the grill, right? So you got about 2-3 inches from the dirt to the top of the pot, and they set the grill on the top. So the chickens used to jump onto the grill, but they can only nip and eat what is growing through the grill. you know, and of course that's greenery that they, everything from grass seeds I used to put in there. You know, I used to go and buy all the discounts if there's any out of date or coming up to out of date seeds that you could buy from a market stall, you know, 4 for £1, or eBay. You buy a big job lot. I used to buy all those, open up 15, 20 packets, pour all the seeds into a bag, go in there, lucky dip, get a big, you know, sprinkle them all over the plant pot, and then the next one, sprinkle all over. A week or two, you've got fresh greenery growing up through the thing. And because I tell you what, chickens are bastards, right? Because what they'll do, if without that grill, they'll jump in there, they'll eat it down to the dirt, and then they'll scratch around so nothing else can grow. So with the grill, they don't kill the plant, it just keeps on growing. The chickens get nutritious greenery, which helps the color of the yolk. It's also nutritious for them, and it's next to free. Aside from buying the seeds, which you buy them in job lots from a place, they can be dirt cheap, but then it keeps on growing, and there are also other things as well, which I was hoping to do at the allotment, but I'm going to have to get back to the allotment shortly to do some more filming. But I can't really, anyway. But it's yeah. So yeah, if you want to, keep your eggs tasting good, give them a varied diet. Make sure they get plenty of greenery. Oh, I'm just rewinding some video. It's just Lisa. Just Lisa. I want to be your girlfriend. Fingers crossed. He responds to my comment. Well, there you go. Respond to your comment. You want to be my girlfriend? Oh, well, thanks very much. That's a compliment there. Mark Turner. What you're saying? What you saying, Mark? Hold on, I've lost it. Mark Turner says, "What you saying, Mark? Question mark. You're a top bloke, mate. Thank you very much." Lisa, it's just Lisa. She's put some emojis on there, which is that and that. I'm not sure what that means. I would imagine it's complimentary, but oh, Amber Franklin. I remember you from last. You were telling me you live in Milton Keynes, so you're very local. Hello to you. Ben Varley. Hi, Mark. Gary here. Oh, well, Gary's using Ben Varley's site, I guess. Hi, Mark. Gary here. What's your thoughts on Sean Ryder from the Happy Mondays? I recognise the Happy Mondays. They're a band, but I might. I don't really I'm not even sure I'd recognise any of their music. But I'm going to meet them soon. I think he would love your vids. Proper munchy gear in it. I guess. Yeah, I'm not really familiar. I mean, I've heard of the band Happy Mondays. I'm not really familiar with their music. But yeah, that's good if you can see them live, or if you, what's going on here? Yeah, if you can see them live. I've never seen a live. I don't think. No, I've never seen a live show. Although we have a thing here in Milton Keynes called Milton Keynes Bowl. There's been lots of bands there. Angela Cooley, hello, my darling. She says, "Oh dear." Oh, Savannah Quinn, I dislike you. She says, "Well, that's too bad." That's actually. Can somebody write to say how many dislikes I've got so far? I've got 4 likes. If anybody wants to up that real quick, see how high we can get that. We've got 4 going on there. I've got 26 people watching, which is quite good. For me anyway. For this channel. Look, I've got 5 ups. Oh, got 8 ups. There you go. It's climbing quite fast. Got 8 ups. So that Savannah Quinn just likes me. Fuck him anyway. Angela Cooley, how are you this fine evening? Not so bad. A little bit tired, a little bit hungry, but I'm going to eat in a bit. Savannah Quinn, do you ever change your shirt? Well, the thing is, I put this shirt on specially for this live stream, and I haven't worn this shirt in well over a month. It's been hanging up. So, yes, the answer to that is let's see what other stupid shit you can write. Okay. All right, Savannah Quinn. See you in 5 minutes. Okay. Oh, Angela Cooley. May I send you a picture of me and my fridge? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Whatever you like. My PO box is still in use up until the 20th. You watch any of my recent videos, the address will be on the board while I'm doing the cooking. Yeah, if you want to send me that, that's of you and your fridge. I'm guessing you've got lots of fridge magnets. That'd be interesting to see what kind of fridge magnets you've got. Because I've got loads. You can probably see those in most videos. Let's see. Don't be rude. Just Lisa says, don't be rude. Yeah, I'll put her on a timeout. If she starts to be stupid, I'll just ban her. But I'll give everybody a chance. Ban them for a few minutes if they get out of water. Angela Cooley, my favorite prawn is king prawns. Yeah, I'm not big on. I like this. I'll eat the small prawns if they're in a stir fry paella kind of thing, But I don't really go out and buy prawns. I don't know. I suppose I should. Because I was in Iceland the other day trying to fill up my freezer, and I had the opportunity to buy some like king prawns, but I would imagine. The thing is, I suppose I'll give them a go. It's just the fact, because the only prawns I ever see, I've seen them on the, if they don't clean them properly, you've got the intestines you got to pull out and all that, I don't know. I suppose I should, I should eat them because of them, I kind of like. I'm reading a few. King Liam, 1995. Well, okay, King Liam. Same for you, but you want a timeout as well. I don't know what's wrong with people. CCR 2971. There are some. They're the same talking about porn trolls. Yeah, people talking about porn and stuff, which is a bit silly. Let's see. Shropshire Lass. Hi, Mark. We had a co-op Cumberland pie for dinner, and it was yummy. You should try it. Only £3. Indeed. That's the thing. I'm going to be the trouble. I'm going to be avoiding buying a lot of stuff from stuff that I don't need, because I've got a freezer full of meat items. Meat items are basically everything from bacon to pork loins to gammon steaks to joints to nuggets to meat pies, all like that. So I'll be trying to get my way through that first. Although, if I do see a particularly, if I mean, I don't like to pass up a bargain, right? But if there's a particularly good bargain I can find, which is going to be rare at my local co-op, because those silly fuckers would rather, they don't do any. There was at one point you could go in there and they would deduct an item, a meat, say a pack of meat, pack of pork chops, a meat item, or most other items, anything from pizzas to yogurts, 75% off. So you go in there and you snap them up. And I should show people on the camera, this is what I got. So I paid £4 down to £1, 75% off. Now they do it by 25, and they won't reduce it anymore. They'd rather give it to the meeting place around the corner. And all they do is putting it in their fridge, and they sell it anyway. Or they'll sell it. They ask for a donation. But I mean, if a meat item reaches its use-by date, surely they're better rather than give it to the meeting place around by next door about 9 o'clock in the evening. They'll put it in the fridge, so the next day it's out of date. You can't be, giving that to people. So I mean, what the fuck, So it's wasted. So yeah, my local co-op is. I've heard other co-ops are doing good deals, but my one's turned to shit, for the bargains. Mark Turner, you should compare the cheap, shitty crisps like onion rings, bacon rashers, and them cheese puffs from Co-op and Tesco. Well, actually, if you type in Mark's Remarks crisps, see, that's the thing I tell everybody. Just type in Mark's Remarks and the item that you're looking at. Mark's Remarks pasta, Mark's Remarks sandwich, Mark's Remarks casserole, Mark's Remarks drinks, Mark's Remarks crisps in this case, and it brings up the whole list. And I've compared lots of different kinds of snacks and crisps, And I've done lots of Co-op stuff. I've done lots of Sainsbury's crisps. Vince taps to music. Hey, Mark, how's the garden going? Actually, well, I haven't got a garden. Patio done, ready for summer this year. Well, I haven't got a patio either. The people downstairs have got the backyard, and they have the little patch out the front, which is why a friend of mine and I have put our names down for an allotment. The trouble is, I live. There's a road in between. There's a dividing road between my house and the allotment, and it's because I'm on the wrong side of it. Literally, I'm just a few minutes from the allotment. I'm on the wrong side of the road, so he's put his name down for an allotment. And what I've done, I've had my brother Carl, who lives down on the next estate. I've put another form in on his behalf for an allotment. So hopefully we'll have two chances, so whichever name comes up first, we'll take that. So, but if we get that, then that'll be great, because we can be growing stuff, and I'll be doing some filming of that, and just for my own, because I want to do it. We want, and we can have a place to hang out. We can hang out on the allotment. We can do what we like there, I guess, within reason. Get a shed, be drinking beers, smoking weed, or whatever the hell. Get the old bong action going. have to blow the dust off the bong I've got in the corner over there. But no, we can go there just to hang out and grow some stuff, and somebody filming that. Hello, got a lot of comments come in all at once there. Mark Sweetman, please give a shout out to Sweetie, biggest fan. Shout out, there you go. Shout out to Sweetie. Vince taps the music, get some veg growing. Yeah, if we get the allotment, which with a bit of luck, see, I went in and I said to the woman, when I handed in my brother's form, I said, look, how long have we got to wait, you think, for an allotment? We've got to wait years? No. She said, now, come February, March, round that's when the rent's due. And then people start to think, oh, shit, the rent's due. Is it worth paying another year's rent? Because I guess it's a year at a time. Is it worth paying another year's rent, considering how much effort I put into it against how much veg I get back? I may just take that, that money and go to the shop and buy the veg, So then they give up the allotments, which is good news. So then hopefully that's when. So she said, hold out until then, and hopefully you'll get an allotment when a lot of people give them up. So that'd be bloody great. Have an allotment, I tell you, I wish I had a garden. Fucking hell. I mean, I see a lot of people around. People have lawns on their garden. Have stuff laying around their garden. A big waste. If I had a garden, I'd turn it into an allotment. And I'll be making my. I tell you, I watch all the time all these homesteading videos of the Americans. Fucking hell, those people know they get a patch of land, they make the fucker work for them. They get a patch of land. If they get a big enough patch of land, they're having a homestead. They've got crops. They've got chickens over there. They've got goats over here. They've got ducks in the other corner. They've got vegetables growing all over the place. They know what to do. If they got a small patch of land, they might just grow all their vegetables in pots, right? And then they use it to feed their family. And whatever's left, sell to your neighbors. Use that. Or trade with somebody with a chicken, trade some carrots for some eggs, whatever the hell else, but they make the land work for them. Here in England, the dumb fuckers we got living here, I know my mum's one of them, right? She'll have a big garden, but then she'll go down the council and pay 30, 40 pounds a year for an allotment. Of course, you've got 4 allotments in your back garden. But that's what English people do. They think, no, don't want to be growing vegetables. No, we like nice, neat grass over there. That's the thing about England. We either have nicely neat grass, or it looks like a bomb site. That's it's very rarely in the middle. But no, very few people that I've seen around actually grow food and vegetables in their gardens. But they're happy to go work in a job that they don't like to earn money and go down the supermarket and pay them. Fucking just go on the YouTube. There's 1,000 videos showing how to do carrots in tubs, how to do potatoes in tubs, how to grow anything you want. Just anyway. Nadine Al-Wahaj. Nadine, hello. I saw you support dogs. I love you. Yeah, I've what I've got this envelope on the go, because although the response to this fucking PO box has been pretty low, all right, because what I do with all the stamps from people sending postcards and whatnot, all the stamps I've been keeping, and you can already see them there. Anyway, there's lots of stamps. I'll be putting those in here, so when I fill this up. Actually, if anybody's got an abundance of stamps or just want to send a postcard with a stamp, you can get a shout out on the video when I read them out, and all the stamps will go in the thing for the dog charity. My son Paul Bastard a dog, and that's what I'm doing, So if you want to, you've only got another, was it now the 12th? You got about another week until the 20th, I think. So if you send it now, it'll arrive well before then. You get a shout out fee. I mean, it costs you whatever the price of a stamp is. Put it on the back of a piece of scrap cardboard, like a pie box. Cut out a postcard out of a pie box, out of a cereal box, out of a dog biscuit box. Write your message on there. Put a stamp. If it's a picture one, that's even better. Because remember, these people are going to sell them to stamp collectors. So I mean, if it's a picture one, it'd be more interesting for a stamp collector. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I'm doing with the stamps. So Raven baby, hello from India. Oh, hello. I didn't know I had any Indian fans. I tell you what, on being a YouTuber, being a content provider, as they say, I have access. I can go onto click the link, and I can see, a lot of graphs, telling me which are my most favorite, most popular videos. I tell you what's my post. I tell you, and most people are from England. you know, which you'd expect. And then, you know, it's like way up there, and then a few from America, a few from India. My most popular video, believe it or not, is when I did 3 videos of how to reheat a Big Mac and chips, Big Mac and fries. I went to McDonald's, I bought 3 Big Mac and fries, brought them home, fell asleep, and then what was that? I can't remember. But about 8 hours later, you know, I managed to make a video. So it was like well cold. I did one in the microwave, one in the oven, one in the air fryer. You know, and if you, yeah, I tell you what, it is way. It's got over 16,000 clicks. Can you believe that? How to reheat a Big Mac and fries. If you type in Mark's Remarks Big Mac, I'll bring that up. Over 16,000. That's my absolute top rated video. All right. The next one down in number 2 space is like 3,000, and then a couple more feet, you know. And then my shaving one, I did a shaving one in the bathroom there. How basically how to do a tutorial of how to shave, because not everybody knows, not everybody's got some. I never had anybody to show me, so a tutorial how to apply the shaving foam, how to shave with a cheap ass razor. That's got like, I don't know, 2 or 3,000. So my highest is 16, and then it drops down to like 2 or 3,000. It's crazy. So if you want to add to that 60, how high we can get that 16,000 clicks up, so we can get up to 20. You know, have a ganders at that. But 16,000. If all my videos hit that, fucking hell, I'll be well chuffed. You know. Anyway, speaking of which, I've got a. If anyone, yeah, don't forget hit the thumbs up if you. I mean, I'm talking a load of shite tonight, but I'm just waffling on reading comments here. I'm going to top up this. There we go. Yeah, I shouldn't have opened that big. I bought this one from Tesco. This one's a litre and a half. If anybody, like I say, I mentioned earlier, if anybody knows where I can get a bigger bottle than a litre and a half, not name brands, I don't want to be paying for Smirnoff or any of that lot. A non-generic, was it non-generic? A non-name brand, you know, of vodka in over a litre, you know, over a litre and a half. I'll be interested to learn where. I'm going to finish this off, and then I should have done that before I busted open this new bottle. But yeah, if you can tell me, you know, where to get it and how much. Well, there's no guarantee that we've got one of those in Milton Keynes here, but you know, it'd be handy to learn in case I come across one. Interesting. Oh, there you go. Somebody's paying attention. G White. What was your video shop called, Mark? And what was the most popular rented film? There you go. I haven't talked about that for a while. Somebody's listening at least. Right. Well, the shop was called The Only Video Shop, as in not only ONLY, but only OLNEY. Only. It's a area in Milton Keynes. The guy who owned it, who I worked for, he owned 5, and the first one was in a town called Olney. 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 Anyway, and then he turned out to have 5, one near where I live, and that's the one I bought. So when I bought it, I changed the name to MD Entertainment, which are my initials, MD Entertainment. And the most popular film, well, you see, that's a difficult one to answer, because the most popular films are the newest films. You know, so when a film comes out, for the first couple of weeks, it'll go out like crazy with a bit of luck. Get rented, and it'll be really good. And you know, but I'll tell you what though. Oh, excuse me. Oh, fuck, I got heartburn or something. I used to be quite proud of my video shop, because what I used to do, I had about 1,500 movies, I guess. Yeah, there's about 1,500 or so. And but the thing is, because we rarely, I mean, I rarely had a sale. I used to keep all the films, and the guy before me who owned it, he sometimes had it when he got overrun. He used to have a big sale, sell 150 films or 100 films, and then you use the money to restock. But I used to, because the thing is with my stock, you remember, if you buy a film, buy a film now for the shop, you've got about 2 weeks to really rent the shit out of it, and then it gradually drops off because it's making room for new films that are coming out. And but because I never used to sell the films hardly, the films used to go down the line. So they start off brand new, 1 night rentals, then they went on for 2 night rentals, then they went into the 5 night rentals, and then they went in for the so gradually down the line. So I tell you what was popular. People used to come in and they used to love those rubber piranha movies. So to answer your question, G White, the 1980s piranha, the usual shit. Somebody's broken, the government are doing, they're breeding some extra vicious piranhas, which they're going to put into another country's water stream to fuck them up. And basically, but some silly fuckers broke into the compound. They accidentally opened the door to let the piranhas into the sewer system, and they get into the streams and the lakes, and then all mayhem ensues. You got holiday makers trying to be boating out on the lake and all that. They get eaten by piranhas, all that shit. Rubber piranhas leaping out of water, attacking people. They used to love that stuff. They used to come in for a lot, and they used to, and a lot of the rentals were the older stuff. The newer stuff was quite popular because people want to see the new stuff. But but people used to love the older films. The kind of films. I'll tell you what was. This is back. What was it? Must have been 15, 20 years ago. This was. We didn't have, or let's see, 50, coming up on 50 now. So I was about so 25 years. Yeah, approximately 25 years ago is when I had the shop. We didn't have politically correct. This vodka is having an effect on me, I'm telling you. We didn't have politically correct and all that shit. That didn't happen back in those days. So people used to come in and they used to love watching the old comedy movies. Old comedy movies in the video shop business is basically anything that's 3 months old, But going back from 3 months all the way to lots of years, like I say, going back to the rubber piranha days, they used to love the old comedies, Don't tell mum my babysitter's don't tell mum the babysitter's dead, which is basically I can't think of the woman's name. She was in Married with Children, the blonde girl, the daughter. She was in it. But basically the mum goes out to have a night out. She gets the old woman in from next door to babysit the kids. The kids die. Not the kids die. The babysitter dies because she's old. The kids are on their own. Big adventure. They have to hit the town, find the mum. Stuff like that. Stuff that wouldn't fly nowadays. And basically the amount of comedies that are actually funny back in those days wouldn't fly now because of the politically correct. All that stuff was really popular. People love the old stuff. They used to like watching known actors now who are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, for example. They used to love watching their early movies. And when you're watching, I tell you, if you, I get it sometimes. I'll pull a film out. I can't think of an example off the top of my head here, but I'll pull a film out which I haven't watched for a long time, put it in, and then I'll see an actor who's got like 4 lines in the movie, who's a big mega superstar now, but because it's his first movie, he's got 4 lines. He's in he's the guy that comes up, and says, hey, watch what you're doing with that dog, and that's it. He's done. You think, my God. Yeah, and the thing is, you've watched the film 4 times already, but you've never known the guy to be in the movie because he was a nobody. But now that he's famous, you think, oh shit, one of his first movies. People like watching that, or I don't think you get it much nowadays, but early in the DVD days, before your movie, even then we did video back then as well. Oh shit, I'm getting heartburn or something. Before the main feature, you've got half a dozen adverts for other movies, which I don't think you get now. I mean, I watched, I never see any adverts for other movies on DVDs. Well, fuck not, You think that'd be perfect. But, people used to, there'd be half a dozen adverts before your main film. And people used to write the titles down and come in and say, have you got this movie? And I should go on the computer, type it in. Sometimes we had it, sometimes we didn't. But that was a lot of our, a lot of customers did that. Used to write the name because they look at the trailer and think, oh, that looks bloody good. I'm gonna go. I want to watch that. Write the title down. Come in. Anyway, that was a long answer to G White's question about most popular film. but yeah, stuff that invite. It doesn't. I mean, the thing is, they loved the cheesy films, like say the Rubber Piranhas, the the zombie movies, the cheesy ass horror movies. They used to love those. Basically, they get drunk or high and just start, be laughing at the movie because of how cheesy it is. Actually, Peter B. He hasn't put a message, but I see that somebody's had a message deleted by Peter B. Yeah, he's in there keeping law and order by the look of things. Yeah, that's what I need because I can't always keep up with the keeping discipline on the. I've had to time out a few. Vince taps to music. Maybe you could have a barbecue there. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll tell you, because it depends on the ground rules of the allotment. Some allotments allow you chickens, some don't. Some will allow you to have an open fire, some won't. If we can have an open fire, that'd be great, because I tell you what, anybody who's done any gardening will most likely know that wood ash is like dynamite to plants. If because I've had said this before. Basically, you're reenacting a forest fire. You're burning all the shrubbery, and all the ash goes on there, and then it adds a ton of nutrients to the ground, and then shoots start coming up and growing real quick. Most people who have who grow, know. I mean, it's the most natural form of plant food. Why go to the fucking shop and buy plant growing nutrient food when you can just have a barbecue? We used to have it. We used to have an old barbecue. We never really cooked anything on it because it was all rusty and shitty, right? But we used to load it up with logs that we get around, burn it the whole day. Just throw logs on there, burn it. It's amazing how little ash you get from so much wood, I tell you. But we used to burn all the logs, and then the next day, when the ash is all that, scoop the ash out, throw it onto the plants. Works fucking, like wonders. Anyway, so if we do manage to have a barbecue, that'd be great, because what we could do, just like we did before, was you get your chicken bits, you get your roast potatoes, you get your fish fingers, you get all that stuff. You wrap it in foil, you put it in the embers. Fish fingers, 15, 20 minutes or so. Jacket potato, 25 minutes. And you can cook it in the embers. You can just hang out, drinking your beer in the allotment. It'll be, just a place to hang out. That'd be good. Yeah. So if we can have a barbecue thing there, but that'd be great. Have a barbecue. Yeah, Jack Reed. A lot of shops have stopped offers now. Like you say, they'd rather dump it. Yeah, fuckers. The Tesco besides me. The Tesco. A few comments came in, it jumped. I've lost it. Oh, so you know what? I've actually. Oh, there you are. Right, it jumped so far. Jesus, I had to go crawl up. The Tesco besides me used to price down sandwiches every day to 30p, 40p, 50p. They've dumped it now. Yeah, it's a shame. See, the idea of my co-op is, well, yeah, it's a waste having to throw it away. We'd rather give it to the meeting place next door. But the meeting place fucking shuts at about 6 o'clock, and they go in there and they collect all the out of date stuff about 9 o'clock, 9 or 10 o'clock, about an hour or so before the shop shuts. And then they go round and they open up and they put it in the fridge. But then when you've got meat that is up that day, you can't give it to people the fucking next day. It's crazy. So yeah, I mean, so they say they don't want to dump it, but they give it to the people next door who have to dump it. Otherwise, they're giving out of date food to people. You know, why don't they just fucking sell the stuff like they used to? At least claw back some of the money. Fuck. You know, it's poor business practice. You know, you stock your shop. It's not selling, so you give it to a shop next door who can't give it away because it's out of date by then, rather than put it in the bin, which is just as fucking useful. Why don't they just sell it at a fraction of its cost? Even if they sell it at the cost, at least it means they haven't lost. You know, sell it at a loss, and then you don't want that. No, just sell it at cost. At least you come out, you know, at least you haven't lost anything. That's the main thing. Mark Sweetman, what veg are you going to grow? Well, I tell you, the easiest thing that I know how to grow, which I've been researching, is potatoes, and I figure I can do carrots as well. Easy as all hell. See, rather than I don't want to grow it on the ground because then you taking up all your allotment, right? Just to grow fuck all veg. What I plan to do is I've got all the plant pots all sorted. I've got from a co-op. It's what they used to put their flowers in. I'm going to grow everything in these pots. Potatoes, because you know when you got potatoes, right? You got a plot full of potatoes, right? You've got your allotment. You have to go in there with your fork. You have to dig them up. You put your fork through a third of them, so they're fucked. The rest of them, you kill the plants. So some of them are only small, some of them are medium sized, some of them big. You kill the plants, so that's fucked as well. Do it in a pot, which if the opportunity comes up, I'll be videoing that. You do it in a pot, and then you get like a kilo of potatoes in a pot. They're not spread all over the place where you can put your fork in there and ruin some of them. They're in a pot, so it's nice and contained. You can move them around if you need to. You can have 40 pots on your allotment plot. Yeah, so then we grow in pots. Carrots and potatoes, I figure. And once I've got that, what I'll do. I mean, if I can sell a bag of potatoes for £1, that'd be great. I mean, I personally, I'd rather give them away than have them rot. So I just, flag people down the street. Give them, but I'll be, and then whatever's left, you can sort of throw in the compost bin, and it'll help the next generation. But carrots and potatoes, I figure, are the easiest thing to grow. Because they are good in pots. I was watching a YouTube video of this guy. Like if you've got an allotment, you have them all in a row. There's one carrot per every 6 inches. This was a pot, and the guy had 20 carrots growing in a single pot because basically they grow downwards. So you don't need a lot of room. Henry Doot is in the house. Vince taps the music. Grow some stuff like what? Cannabis? No. What? Well, that's no. No. I mean, no. That'd be. And actually, I don't know. No, maybe some other time. But no, I wouldn't be growing. No, not on the allotment. No, it'd be mainly for veg. Uh, Naz 505. Oh, the vodka again. Naz 050. Mark, what do you think of vegetarian? Vegetarian? I'm not sure what that vegetarian. I'm not sure what that is. Can you try big brand foods, i.e., McDonald's, Greg's, Burger King? Well, I don't really sort of eat there a lot. If I'm up the city centre and I figure what I do, I go into Burger King. Oh, I've done that. I've gone into Burger King either in Bletchley or the city centre because they're a pound. You get a double cheeseburger for £1.50. I'll go in there and get one with extra gherkins. I tell you what, it fucking pisses me off. You go in there, you ask for a double cheeseburger from Burger King, £1.50. It'll come down the chute. After a few minutes, it'll come down the chute. They'll pick it up. They'll hand it to you. And the second I have my hand on it, the second I put my hand on it, I know that it's fucking cold. And I say to the girl, "Can you put it in the microwave for me?" You know, microwave? Yeah, can't you feel it? Jesus, it's cold. So she, fucking hell, you know. So she goes around, puts it in the microwave, and I thought, Jesus, can you not? You actually had your fingers on the wrapped burger longer than I did. I had it on there for half a second, and I realised it was fucking cold. She's actually picked it up from the chute to hand it to me, and even she couldn't figure out that it was fucking cold. You know, how stupid do you need to be to fucking work in these places? Oh, I know. I've actually worked in Burger King, and you know, when you got kids working on the counter, thick as shit. But no, so yeah, the last 3 times I've been into the last 2 times I've been into Burger King, 2 different restaurants. The second I've touched it, I've had to say, look, it's so quick, they haven't had time to release the burger. We've both had our hands on the burger. Look, can you put this in the microwave for me? It's fucking cold. So yeah, I don't really eat in those places very often, and but when I do, it's a fucking problem every time. You know. All right, Henry Doot. Hey Mark. Hey, could you shout out Nad Nude? Nad Nude. She lives in Canada and loves your vids. Oh, well, hello, Nad Nude in Canada. Thanks for watching. Let's see. I'm just looking at the time. Yeah, no, it's good. Canada. That's interesting. I've had a few Americans and foreigners watching the channel. What is it about the channel? Do you watch the? Is it mainly the live, or do you watch the cookery? Is that the thing? Uh, it's amazing what people find. Because a lot of people, I've got a good following on my cookery section, you know, and sometimes it's hard to understand what it is that people like. Because I tell you, if I knew what it was, I'd probably do more of it, right? But yeah, I don't know. Oh, is it the no fuss attitude I have to cookery? Just throw it in a pan, and you know, I've actually eaten out the frying pan that I've cooked the food in sometimes. Yeah, you know, I like to keep it simple, and maybe that's what people like. Raven baby, Mark, why are you ignoring me? Well, because I'm fucking talking and I haven't been able to read your message. I'll see if I can. There you go, Raven baby. It's because your message has been deleted by Peter B, who's keeping law and order on the. And the one before that, it says hello from India. Well, hello to you from India. I think I read that one already. I think. Yeah. And scrolling up, I don't see any more. Oh, Raven Baby. Yeah, you had another one deleted. I don't know what you've been putting on there, but it's Peter B is had deleted it. because you probably wrote something that wasn't was, you know, I'm trying to think of the word. Yeah, yeah. As long as everybody behaves themselves, then you know, there's no problem with reading out messages. But yeah, your last few messages have been deleted. That's why. Let's see. King Tagaro did a lot of gardening as part of his community service back in 2007. Rupert Olmsted, join the Mark's Remarks Discord, guys. NSHF99. Yeah, you wrote to me with that. I think you wrote a few months back about the same thing. I said I don't know what it is. You sent the link. I went onto the link. I still don't know what it is. Discord. I mean, that means conversation, doesn't it? I don't want to. You know, it's too much effort to go onto a special channel to have a Discord or chat. I can do that on the live stream, like I'm doing now. I don't know if it's any different than this live stream. People write messages, and although I would imagine, I don't know whether I have to write my answer as opposed to verbalize it here. I don't know what it is, and it's, you know, I got, you know, I haven't got the inclination or the wherewithal or the, you know, I got too much going on, you know, to be doing. I'm trying to do videos. I'm trying to do live stream. That's about it. I don't go onto Facebook. I don't go onto Twitter. I don't go to any of that other shit. It's just too much to deal with. Lurch Leica, hello to you. Do you like Till Tekka, his new app? Do you like Till Tekka, his new app? I don't even know what the fuck they're doing. I don't know what that is. Mr. Omran. Mr. Omran. Mark, do more co-op reviews. I liked them. Well, I've done a bunch, you know. Well, the thing is, I mean, I go in the co-op and I spend lots of money in the co-op. But the thing is, I've pretty much reviewed everything in there that, you know, is worth reviewing. Pretty much. I mean, there's going to be some new stuff, but basically, I mean, the thing is, I do a few reviews, which I'll be reviewing the Iceland food shortly because I bought freezer load of that. But mainly, I review still some items occasionally, but most of the time, if it's stuff that I've reviewed in the past, I won't necessarily review it again. I'll just make a meal. I'll be sort of showing you how. Well, look, why don't you put this ingredient with this ingredient and also this ingredient, and this is how you cook it. This is how long it takes, and this is probably how much it cost, and all that. That's you know, making wholesome dinners with cheap ingredients. If there's something I've never done a review of, then sure, you know. But I mean, I've pretty much covered the co-op. I mean, there'll be a few items in there, but I mean, I've pretty much done all the co-op stuff. 4x4, have you tried Greg's vegan steak bite? Vegan, is that a thing? Vegan and steak in the same thing? Anyway, but no, I've only ever eaten in Greg's twice. I had a slice of pizza and I had some kind of pasty, meat pie pasty thing. Yeah, you know. Don't know what the big fuss is. I mean, they're okay, you know. But G White, Mark, did you say your dad was a welder on an oil rig in one of your videos? Yeah, I think it was the last one, which I've had it's because I was talking about him because I had a lot of this truth serum. All right, that's the only reason why I was talking about that motherfucker. But he well, it wasn't as much I suppose a welder, I guess. I'm not certain. He lived and worked on an oil rig, and what he used to do was he did the diving. He put his wetsuit on, air tanks. He used to dive to the ocean bed and, you know, basically work on the pipes, the oil pipes, and connect them up, I guess, and fit them together or maintain them. But he used to assemble and work on the oil pipes on the ocean floor. So I think it's where they get the oil. I don't understand it, but I think, I mean, the oil rig is there to drill for oil. I believe the way it works is they get the oil up from the ground, put it through the pipes and get it to the mainland, or get it to a thing that would hold all the oil, a tanker, but I don't know. But yeah, he used to work on the pipes on the seafloor with his diving gear and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, he did that for a lot of years. He's probably retired now. I mean, I'm, I'm 50 almost. He's got to be 80, maybe. So I mean, he'd be well retired. So yeah, I'm guessing welding came in on as a but I've never heard him use the word welding when describing what he does. But I would imagine there'll be some welding involved. He used to talk sometimes about when we were kids about how you'd be going along doing your thing on the pipes, and suddenly a little, not a dolphin, but a little porpoise or fucking thing, he's like scared. He said they scare the shit out of you. They just turn up on your shoulder like this. What the fuck are you doing? And then you'd get scared to death because there'd be a big fucking face next to your and all this. But when we were kids, he used to bring back lobster shells and crab shells and claws for us kids to play with when we were young. But yeah, he used to travel all around the world. He used to come back with African shields made out of skin, animal skin, and stuff like this. Let's see. Lurch Leica, please. Mark, do you have Snapchat? No, I don't have Snapchat. I don't have Twitter. I don't have Facebook. I don't have none of that shit. The thing is, I mean, I've seen people, I was in an all-you-can-eat buffet just the other day. I was in there with my mum. We went out for dinner. And we were at the table, and I said to her, listen, if you, because she was the black girl on the table, well, not that, not that being black was any relevance, but yeah, a black girl at a table, and she's taking a fucking picture of her ice cream pudding on her phone. I'm saying to my mum, you see that black girl over there? She's taking a fucking photograph of the pudding. She's probably putting it on that Snapchat, Twitter, fucking Twitter bullshit, yeah, she knew. And I said to her, listen, I've seen people at restaurants, I've seen people at bus stops where people are, like you don't get that close to a stranger, but when you're in close proximity to somebody, if you're on the other side of the road, you can tell by the proximity that these two people know each other because of the, strangers don't stand that close to each other. So it's obvious they know each other, but both people are on their phones. I've seen people actually do this, walk across a road, barely looking at traffic, with a child's hand in one hand, with their phone in the other, going away like this, and they just walk across the road. You dumb bastard. One, you got a fucking child with you. Surely they're more interesting than what's on finding out who's been sending you a text or some stupid shit that somebody writes to you like, look at this, my ice cream pudding in the fucking all-you-can-eat buffet. They're looking at that on their phone. And then not looking at traffic while they're doing it. Not looking at traffic while you cross the road while fucking around on your phone is stupid enough. Okay, I see that a lot. But when you've got a kid on your other hand, getting them across the road, so I figured no. I don't want it. I got no reason to be, I was going to say no reason to be showing people what I'm having for dinner, but other than the YouTube thing. But I see it all the time. I'm on the bus. No fucking talks. Even people who are together, they'll sit on the bus and they'll both be on the thing individually, not talking. But I see them all the time. I'm looking over people's shoulders. What they're looking at, scroll. Oh no, scroll. Oh no, scroll. Fuck me, just find a video and watch it, will you? But no, they'll scroll through 30 little thumbnails until something. Oh, hello, no, scroll. Or they'll watch 8 seconds of it. Nah, more scrolling. Jesus. So no, that's why I don't. I got fucking. Got no interest in doing any of that stupid shit. Olmsted. Rupert Olmsted. Hey, Mark. Oh, no, I misread that. Hey, Peter B. Do you have Oh, fucking hell. He's actually, all right. He's asking Peter B. Does he have Discord? Would do with a moderator for the Mark? Could do with a moderator for the Mark's Remarks Discord. Well, that's the thing. I don't know what the Discord is. If it's anything resembling what I'm doing now, then why bother doing that? I don't know. Anyway, besides, I'm making videos on YouTube. I'm doing the occasional live stream. That's about all I feel I need to be dealing with. Peter B says, don't know what Discord is, apart from being out of tune. Kenny. Oh, actually, G. White says he used to work in Burger King. Yeah, always help himself to double Whoppers, chicken burger, royal burgers. Yeah, I tell you what, I was there for about 3 months or so, and it is amazing how fast you get sick of the food. I think it was like 3 days, eating, because if you don't eat it very often, you think, oh, must be great working in McDonald's, must be great working at Pizza Hut. Burger King, you're free for no, a couple of days, you're fucking sick of the side. But when because they used to let us eat free, one of the perks, other than the other perk was if there's no customers around, you had to clock out, so they don't pay you. As soon as customers come in during lunch break, right, so clock in again, cheap motherfuckers. But they used to let you eat free, pretty much anything you wanted and as much as you wanted, pretty much, But the thing is, because you get sick of the menu within 2-3 days, we used to go in there and you should make up your own burger. I used to go in there, you get basically, like get an Angus burger, put 3 times as much cheese as you're supposed to get, lots of gherkins, sprinkle those little onion fragments on it, basically doing anything to make it resemble something different than it should do, just to make, because you're sick of eating the same shite every day. It was so bad. A couple of blokes used to take it in turns to walk what was it? Used to be a good 10-minute walk from Burger King to the Indian takeaway, and they used to walk down there. And they used to phone up, I think, to order the food, but they used to take it in turns on their lunch break, or to walk down there, pick up some Indian food, and bring it back and eat that in the canteen/toilets. That's what the Burger King that I was at. I'm going to have a slight rant here. What they used to do, we never had a staff room as such. What it was the ladies and gents toilets. You go in and you had 2 or 3 traps. I think you had two traps, 2 bogs, cubicles. In the same room is where they store the bread buns. In the same room is where you hang your coat, you get changed into your uniform, assuming you didn't show up in your uniform. In the same room is where you ate your dinner. What the fuck? All in the same, so you got your toilet and your fucking kitchen in the same room, and storeroom for the buns and your coats, and that's how fucking bad that was. But yeah, they got sick of the food. They used to walk to the Indian takeaway and come back with some biryanis and all that lot, Kenny, it's like a group thing for fans. I've set up one for Mark's Remarks, so we're all able to talk to each other. But you can do that here, surely. Either on the live stream, everybody can talk to me or talk to each other. On my cookery videos, you can talk to me or talk to each other. Surely, how is it? What's it called? Whatever it's called. Shit, what's it called anyway? Discord. Yeah, I mean that's great. People can talk to each other, but is there a difference between that and what I'm doing? If there is, let me know. You know, I mean, 'cause I can't. All right, Rupert Olmstead. Discord allows everyone to talk a voice chat as well as text chat. Well, text chat, I understand, because text will go into a column like here. On the right-hand side of my screen is a list of comments and questions and whatnot. But if you've got a load of people all talking at the same time, how does that work? You know, Christ, if you get 3 people talking over each other, that's hard to understand. You get 33 people. I mean, look at it. I've got 31 people watching me right now. What if all those people were trying to chuck in their 2 cents all at the same time? How does it not get? Look, I don't know. Rob Harrison, Mark, he skipped past us! Exclamation mark. Please shout out the mystery geezers were huge. Please shout out the mystery geezers. We're big fans. Okay, I guess shout out to Rob Harrison. Yeah, I mean, putting an exclamation on the end of that is something I've noticed there. Where people do that as if because that mean. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, I thought it was pretty obvious that I'm trying to get to a lot of people, as many as I can. But you know, people get upset that I missed them. You know, if people are out of order, I put them on a timeout. If I don't see that, I mean, I can't read and talk about a subject for at the same time. I either do one or the other, and when I start to do two. Anyway, all right. So Rob Harrison, you got your shout out there. Anyway, I'm gonna. Why do you put an exclamation there? That's no. That's like that's like trying to put your point over forcefully. Put the next. I don't know if people realize that now. Do people? I realize that the younger generation now don't know too much about the punctuation. But when you put an anyway, fuck it. Look, I don't want to talk. Look, you. If anybody doesn't get a shout out, I can't be fucking dealing with that. Look, I'm trying to get to as many as I can here. Mark Sweetman. Hey, Mark, have you been feeling suicidal recently? Do you have any advice to help me thrive for life again? Kenny, if that fucker tells me to get Discord, I'll fucking scream. Yeah. Gold Dalek, who does all your food come from the co-op, or do you use other supermarkets? Yeah, I mean, the co-op is if I need a few things, then yeah, the co-op. I don't do my weekly shopping as such in the co-op. They don't have a big selection, and it's it's quite pricey. But for the usual stuff, I'll go in the co-op. Recently, I went into Iceland, filled up one of my freezers, and then I went to Farm Foods for the other one. On occasion, I've been to Asda. I've got one of those shopping trolleys, on wheels that old people wheel around. I fill that up with stuff. I've been around, yeah. No, I try not to go to the co-op, for just stuff that I need. If I need some pita bread or loaf of bread or milk or some whatever else, I'll go to the co-op. But yeah, I'll go. Asda, Tesco, Farm Foods, whatever else. War ready. I guess some wacky questions. Do you ever feel famous in comparison to the average Joe? No, not at all. I don't feel famous in the slightest. Mainly because I never get recognised. I mean, I've had people write to me on the YouTube, on the live stream. Oh, I saw you in the co-op last week. Yeah, well, fucking say hello. Don't keep it a secret, you know. But nobody ever approaches me in the street and says, "Oh, I recognise you." That never happens. So no, I never get the feeling of being famous. Uh, it's no, it's funny. I mean, I've got a good following. I've got a lot of loyal followers. I've got a good view count. Although the view count is very funny because I've got like over 1,400, about 1,460, I think, subscribers. But a lot of my videos get nowhere near that, in the low hundreds of viewing. So I don't know how that works. I guess people are subscribed and don't watch the channel. Uh, so, but even with that number of people even with the hundreds of people who watch most of the videos, um, no, I never, I never have people come up to me in the street and say, "I reckon." I've worked with a guy when I first started the channel with it, in a few months in, and he said, "Oh, my wife and my daughter saw you at the market buying some apples or something. Why didn't they say hello? Just I would have had a chat. If they want a photograph, great. If anybody wants one of those." But no, to answer your question, no, I never get the feeling of being famous. Even when I tell people that I work with, half of them don't give a flying fuck anyway, and the other half say they'll watch. I have a few people that I've worked with. They say, "Oh, they do comment on my videos sometimes," but not many. But majority of people don't give a flying fuck. People who I meet and tell at work and places out, they don't care. Most of the, I guess, the subscribers, people who watch, are people who just stumble across the channel by accident, or maybe get recommended it by somebody at work. I leave my little cards around all over the place, all over the buses and stuff. But no, aside from that, nobody really cares. Let's see, where am I at? Do I ever feel famous? No. All right. That's the trouble with this thing. It jumps when I use the mouse to. It jumps like crazy. I can't find where I was. Rupert Olmsted. If there's 34 people in a voice chat, each person takes a turn to talk. Oh, look, you know what? Look, instead of everybody talking at once. Well, yeah, all right, 34 people. What if they get a minute each? What you get to talk every half an hour? Look, look. I'm sure it's great, and I'm sure you're going to have fun with it. From what I've heard and from what you've told me about it, Rupert, I honestly don't see the attraction of it. Like you say, if 34 people are watching, each person gets a turn. But yeah, like I say, if you get 1 minute each, that means half an hour before you get another turn. I just don't see the attraction of it. I'm sure it's better than what I'm understanding. I'm sure I don't understand it properly, but it just, I just don't get it. Listen, but like, if you want to have fun with it, great. Knock yourself out. But this is about all the interaction I need with anybody. I don't want to have with. I mean, imagine. Look, I'm just tired and drunk, and I really don't want to explain it any further than that. It just seems like a way. Doesn't seem like something that I'd be interested in. G White. Mark, have you ever traced your ancestry like in a DNA test? No. See what percentage of you is English. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, actually that'd be interesting because My mum is half Welsh. Uh, my dad, I don't rightly know. Well, yeah, I mean, we were 7 when they got divorced. So I mean, it's not like I don't know my dad, But as for his background, in fact, one of the few things I know about him from being a 7-year-old, he has a sister, at least one sister. He was, and various other things. But no, as for him, I can only assume. I don't know. I don't give a fuck anyway. I know my mum's half Welsh. I don't give a fuck about my nationality. I mean, my dad, I'm assuming, is English from the 7 years that I knew him. Other than that, I don't give a shit. Your friendly neighborhood toy Polly. I'm not sure. Says hello. Anyway, look, I'm getting drunk here, and I need to go eat. So I'll give it a. I mean, I can't believe there's 40 people watching. I mean, fuck me, that's got to be a. That's a shame. It's got to be a record, actually. 40 people all watching at the same time. It's a shame. I don't want to go because it's a good audience. Okay. What do you want your? Okay, yeah, your friendly neighbor. Hey, you know what? I gave you a shout out, and now you get a timeout. Uh, Here you go. You're off. Okay, tell you what's the best supermarket. Oh, Netto. Yeah, that's from King Tigaro. Yeah, actually, Netto and Lidl's, we have them around here as well. They're normally good for a bargain. I haven't been to those in ages though. Yeah. Trouble is, let's see. Oh yeah, yeah. There's one of them, a Lidl's, I think, in Wolverton, which is a bus ride. The other one I know about is there's not a bus that actually. Well, there is. I mean, there's a bus that goes near there, but it's a bit out of the way. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because they do some bargains and stuff. Okay, Amber Franklin, what's your favorite meal at McDonald's? Well, that would be the Big Mac or the filet. I love them both. You know, once every 10 years, I'll have a quarter pounder. You know, you know what? They do a whole range of brand new burgers up there on the thing. I've never eaten one. Uh, you know, no, I don't. I do like a bit of variety when you go in there. But see, what I prefer instead of McDonald's thinking up some new Mexican salsa burger or whatever the hell their bullshit they're getting a new burger. Don't give us any new fucking burgers. Give us what the Americans are eating. You look at their McDonald's menu. It's so much fucking better than the shit we're go dive into their menu. Bring some of that shit over here. Don't be thinking new shit. Give us some of the what they've been eating for ages. That from what I've seen on the internet, people doing reviews and all this kind of stuff. Man, their menu is so more varied than what we've got. That's the thing. They don't need to think of anything new. Just sell us, just sell us what the Chinese are eating. Assuming I mean, as long as it's within reason. I mean, some of these foreign countries they've got all kinds of freaky stuff they eat, but you know, uh, Daniel Birchill, Mark, why are you, oh fuck off? Look, why are you avoiding my question? Well, I've gone through this already. All right. So either put your question again and I'll try and read it, or I'll just. Why am I avoiding it? Yeah. Whatever. All right. Well, I tell you what, Rupert Os Olmsted says that his comment was inappropriate. So what I'm going to do, all right, Daniel Birchall, I'm going to go up, and I'm going to see it, and I don't even see. I don't even see your comments. Oh, there you go. It's because it was deleted. That's why. Daniel Birchall, your message was deleted. That's why I didn't read it. So if you I'm guessing there's, there was a good reason why it was deleted, I'm sure. So if you want to rephrase the question or just write, it's probably a question that I wouldn't want to read anyway. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I've got moderators there to keep law and order. So why am I avoiding it? Because I never got to read it, probably because of the content. Yeah, Geek on Wheels says need to get to Aldi's. It's brilliant. Yeah, Aldi's and the other one. Aldi's and oh shit, Netto. Yeah. Actually, thinking about it, we used to have a Netto. I think they're gone. I'm thinking the two places I'm thinking of are both Aldi's, I'm sure. Yeah, I'll have to go in there again because they. Actually, next time I fill up, so in a few months when I get through that big freezer full of stuff, I'll probably go to Aldi's. Depending on what their selection of frozen stuff is and how cheap it is. The frozen bit, I could just fill up my freezer with that and do that for a while, or half of that with half someone else. Old White Van Man 999 is in the house. Hello. Calamander. Salamander. Fucking hell. I swear it's the vodka. I can't see straight. Salamander, spelt with a. Anyway. When did you switch to drinking out of a jar and not ramen cups? When did you switch to drinking out of a jar and not. Oh, ramen cups. You're talking about the pot noodles. Yeah, I alternate between the two. You know what I mean? It's it's just I've got this glass one out of the cupboard. But yeah, well, the thing, you know what it was? I had my pot noodle down here with some what is this? Apple and mango squash. It was full of that. So you put this with water, and it was full up. So rather than drink it, which I didn't feel like doing, I put it in the fridge, and then I went in the cupboard and I pulled this out, which is why I'm drinking out of this one. Robbie Cooper, are you drinking vodka? Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm finishing off the last of this one, and then I'm going to be starting on this 1.5 litre of Tesco brand vodka. There you go, $22.50 for a 1.5 litres. The Smirnoff was like 16 for a litre. I think it was 16 or 18. I can't remember, 16 or 18, but that's just for a litre. So this is a 1.5 litres. Golden Dalek, or Gold Dalek, what country have you never visited but would like to if money was no concern? There you go. People asking, that's a decent question. Let me see. Well, I've been to America, and I've been to Austria, and I've been to Spain. So they're the countries I have been to. I don't know. You know what? I would like. Like you say, money no object, and and assuming I wanted to spend 24 hours on a plane, I think it takes about that long. I would like to go to. I would like to have gone to Australia, mainly because if you go near, I've watched videos of the outback, away from the cities, and you live in the sticks, and you can, there's a lot of gold prospecting going on, and also, like I've been to America, but it was Boston, Massachusetts, which is built up civilian era. I would like to go back to America and live, or visit even, somewhere, where in the Rocky Mountains, somewhere where I could, basically away from all the fucking wankers in the world, just do my own thing, prospecting, diving into a stream and prospecting for gold. I've got a metal detector actually, but I wouldn't mind panning for gold. I mean, if I was to do that, I mean, I wouldn't need to basically, if I could live in the middle of nowhere, but close enough to civilization, that'd be great. Somewhere where I don't have to deal with all the people who fucking you got to deal with. If I could make enough money from panning gold, just enough to survive, and have a few quid extra, that's all I need. I wouldn't have to be rich, just enough to buy my fill up my freezer with discounted stuff, vodka, and bits and pieces. That's all I need. I would love to. I'll have to visit a place where I could do that. Or even live in a place where I could do that. If need be, I can live on. Not necessarily. I like somewhere like cabin in the woods kind of thing. You're a few miles away from town, so you're not actually isolated, but you're well away from them. And I like the idea. I'm going to sort of elaborate on that and go on a tangent, but I like the idea. That's why I would love to have a homestead. If I had a big piece of a house with a big piece of land where I could homestead, and basically what I take out of my homestead, animals, crops, or with a piece of land, or if I'm prospecting for gold stream or something, what I take out is comparable to the amount of work I put in. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like most people now, they go to a building, a warehouse, an office, and they work. They get a wage, and they get basically they're working for somebody else. What I like is I'm working for myself. The more I put into the homestead, mainly crops, cutting down trees, cutting up logs for heat, having animals. The more I put in, the more I take out. The amount that I take out is only restricted by the amount of effort that I put in. I don't know if that makes any sense. But working for myself, the harder I work, the more I reap, which is the kind of thing that I like. So that was kind of a tangent on a subject there, but I tell you, I am feeling the effect of this. Oh, right, that was Gold Dalek. Yeah, Rupert says, fair enough, no worries. I didn't mean to get agitated earlier. It's just that, I got dealing with the fucking daily bullshit of life, getting asked questions which I, don't want to deal with. I mean, it's just the fact that it seems like nothing different than what I'm doing, but it just seems like more work. That's all it was, and the vodka doesn't help keeping my keeping it together. Angela Cooley sends what is that called? An emoji. I fucking do emojis when on mine, but I never bother with those emojis. Oh no, I've actually put them on there. It takes me a few minutes to figure it out. Yeah, I suppose I should. Well, I don't know. Just chemotherapy wig. Discord is for worthless, socially stunted millennial garbage. You're better off without it. Well, that's the thing. I mean, from what I hear, it's going to do me no good anyway. Lee Merton. Hi, Mark. Nice to see you. Hello, Lee Merton and family, I guess. Yeah, Lee Merton. By the way, is I've got your Christmas card on. I don't know if you can see it on my wall. It's anyway. I've stuck it on the wall. Yeah, Lee Merton's he sends quite a few cards through the what do they call that? Oh, I tell you, if you want to be able to talk sense, don't be drinking vodka while doing a live stream. Uh, PO box, that's it. It sends quite a lot of letters to the PO box. The Sims Insider is here. Sims Insider, great to see you back live, Mark. Thank you ever so. Yeah, it was a week or two before last time I'd done the. Yeah, looks like I friendly neighbourhood's been timed out. Yeah, it's been a few weeks. Just Jenna, Ciroc is the best vodka. I mean, the thing is, for me, I mean, when I was young, I didn't know any better, and I used to drink Smirnoff, because I was young and stupid, and you know, I bought into the old marketing bullshit. But as I'm getting older, and I figured out, well, fuck me, I've got to work I've got to work. You work in a place you don't necessarily thrilled with, and then you come back and you pay extra money for this brand when you could save yourself £3 by this brand. You do that on everything. For me, vodka. I mean, I'm sure there are connoisseurs out there, like everything else, who will tell you that there's a difference between all the vodkas. For me, because the thing is, if I was drinking it neat, like I had at the start of the live stream, I had a taste of each of the two, just a small taste, just to see if there's any difference. And they tasted pretty much the same. They burnt your throat just as bad as each other. I mean, I have. Oh, that's interesting. That's why I have it with me. I mean, I prefer it with mixers, because this litre and a half bottle has 60 servings in it. It says here, and it holds 56.3 UK units. And if you have this as if you have this in a per 25 milliliters of this vodka is 0.9 UK units. 25 milliliters, which it may have changed, but my barman days, this wouldn't mean fuck all, because they used to sell it in gills. Like, for example, a shot of vodka would be one. I don't even know. I remember it was gills. It might be like 1/6 of a gill or 1/4 of a gill. Those, like when you put your jar up under the thing and the optics and it pours out. It'll pour in a fraction of a gill. What the fuck a gill is, I don't know. But so then you've got to try and work out what a gill is against what 25 milliliters is. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I've got a gravy jug in the kitchen there. I don't think it goes as low as 25 milliliters though. So there's no way of how am I going to work out 25 milliliters? Anyway, Amber Franklin, yeah, no, yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, I mean, there used to be a Netto in Wolverton. Oh, I think it's might be where the Aldi's the Asda is now. But yeah, we've got lots of there's Aldi and Lidl's. Harry Henderson Snap He's not a fan of Tesco vodka. Says it tastes awful. Yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, vodka on its own for me is awful anyway. Rupert Olmsted. Oh dear me. You know what? I don't think. Okay, get some weird comments coming in. Yeah, Harry Henson. Yeah, still not a fan. Waitrose. Oh, he prefers the Waitrose vodka, I guess. Just Jenna with Ciroc. It's so smooth and made with grapes, not potato. That's interesting. That's the thing because vodka. Yeah, you can make vodka pretty much with a whole bunch of stuff. Um, this one's this vodka is suitable for vegetarians. It says here. For fuck's sake, grain vodka. It says, and the co-op, I think, is grain vodka as well. Yeah, but yeah, apparently you can make it with lots of different stuff. Vodka should be one of your 5 a day. That's a 4x4. Yeah, well, it's made of grain. Yeah. Lee Merton, do you remember the heat wave in 1976, Mark? Well, I was 6 years old. Um, I was only 6 months old, he says. So I don't remember. I was 6 years in 1976. So, well, that's the thing. I remember the Silver Jubilee. That was in 1977. But no, no, I can't. I do have a lot of memories from back in that time. Um, not all of them as good as what a heat wave might be. Sunny weather. Yeah, that's it. Rupert Olmsted's asking, well, yeah, a lot of people have been asking about porn for some reason. Yeah, Amber Franklin, the Netto in Wolverton is where the Asda is now. I figured it was. Yeah, that was a long time ago. The Netto was there. Netto in Wolverton. Yeah, a long time. They used to have a thing. It wasn't so much in shelves there. I mean, there was shelves in that, but they used to go in there and they had it on pallets. So what do you? I mean, the pallets was basically stack it high, sell it cheap. Oh Jesus, this is what I need after this. After drinking all this, Max Rollinson. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck looked like you? Actually, actually, talking about wood, yeah, probably quite a lot because I tell you, I am looking. Talking about wood, I'm looking at a new hobby. Okay, I don't want to give too much away in case it all goes to shit, and it'll be the kiss of death if I tell everybody what it is. But it involves a new hobby that I'll be doing with some wood. Hopefully, but I'm going to get my garage turned into a workshop. What's one? Okay, stealing is going to put you on a timeout. There you go. So yeah, that'll be in a while. A few months away. So we're going to clear out the garage. We're going to paint it. We're going to get a few odds and pieces and stuff. So that'll be something interesting. And of course, I'll be filming that in case anybody's interested. Although not a lot of people are interested in the chicken videos that I did. Although I mean, Mostly I did it for my own amusement, but I figured that I've got a good viewing on my cookery channel, so I figured if I just throw in some videos of chickens eating grain and eating vegetables that I've been supplying them, I figured that'd be popular as well. But apparently not. But if what I'm going to do, if this new hobby sort of pans out, I'll be filming that, and there'll be something new for the channel every now and again, throwing something new. Lee Merton, Netto was brilliant. We had one in Kingsthorpe, in Northampton. Now it's an Asda. Yeah, the Mazdas are coming. We've got two. Shit. When I get on the bus, I actually pass an Asda in order to get to Farm Foods, which has an Asda next door to it. So there's two Asdas within, must be a mile and a half, you know? Yeah, if I was to get out, see, when I get the bus, I go to the Asda. From that Asda, I haven't timed it, but I would guess between 5 and 8 minutes. You know. Yeah, thank you, Peter B. I caught Kenny's message here. I saw the word porn. It's asking about porn again, and then bang, it went. You clicked it off. That's good. Keeping law and order. Thank you. Yeah, I tell you, a lot of people are asking about porn for some reason. I think they're just being fucking stupid. So that they'll get timed out. If you ask if I recognise the name over and over again, I'll just it'll just get cancelled. Let's see. Yeah, Rupert Oldsman. Yeah, saying stop asking about porn. Yeah, the thing is, I'm trying. I'll stay. The thing is, if it's going to be getting stupid, I'll just piss off on it because I want to eat anyway. I'm only here because there's a good amount of people watching. So I figure a lot of people interested in sticking around. So if you're good enough to stick around, I'll try and stay around. But if the viewing number in my corner there drops dramatically, or people just there's no sensible questions, there's no point in me hanging about. So what I do, I'll just delete them. I'll delete the comments, put them on timeout, and if the names keep coming up with the same questions, they just get banned. Harry Henderson snap. Harry Henderson snap. Isn't that the name of that Yeti movie with John Lithgow? Him from Third Rock from the Sun. Harry and the Hendersons? Or Bigfoot and the Hendersons. That might be it. Although I think the Americans, what Americans and other countries do is they all have different names for these films. Bigfoot and the Hendersons was, I think, the English version. Harry and the Hendersons perhaps was the American, or am I getting that mixed up? I don't know. Max Rollinson, can we expect a salad cream and what's it sandwich part 2? Actually, that was quite popular. That was one of my early videos. That got recommended by somebody at work. It was the security guy at work. He said, "Yeah, make a salad cream and what's it sandwich." So so I did it, and it was quite popular. It didn't taste too bad actually. I sometimes will have I haven't had one for ages. I don't even know. Does anybody know? Have I ever made a crisp sandwich video? Does anybody remember seeing that? Because I could do another one, I guess, if I hadn't. Lee Merton, John Lithgow, Bigfoot and the Hendersons. Yeah, that's the one I remember, Bigfoot and the Hendersons. But sometimes the Americans have a different name, like you remember Encino Man? There was a movie called Encino Man. It had the guy from The Mummy, the hero from The Mummy, and George of the Jungle. Right? Basically, some kids nowadays, in modern times, they want a pool, a swimming pool in the garden, so they dig a swimming pool in the garden. While they're in there, they uncovered a frozen caveman who was the guy from The Mummy. And that was cool. I saw an advert for that. It was something on the television, and it was called Encino Man. No, it was called Encino Man. Right. So I went to the cinema and said, when's Encino Man coming out? And I've just seen it. There's advertising on the thing. They didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. It was so, but the English version was called California Man, because naturally the average English Joe running around won't know what Encino Man is. Encino Man? What the fuck is that? Encino is a suburb of California. So what they've done, they just call it California Man because everybody in England's heard of California. So there's an example of how they'll change a title depending on the country that it's in. So I'm wondering whether Bigfoot and the Hendersons is Harry and the Hendersons in another country. I don't know. I may be full of shit. I don't know, but I'm getting that thing in my head. Amber Franklin, I think there's 3 Asdas in Milton Keynes. I've only ever seen 3, and I've been in all of them. Asdas, yeah. There's a new one which opened near me, which is the one I passed to get to the farm foods with an Asda next to it. Yeah, I know of 2. So I imagine there might be another 3 of this, but I only know 2 of them. Rupert Oldstead, yeah, you may, yeah, I made a what's it sandwich. I remember that because that flashes up now and again in my recommended. I get recommended my own videos. Fucking YouTube, they recommend a whole bunch of stuff, and then occasionally they'll recommend me watching my own video. So, but yeah, the YouTube one is one. The what's it one is one that comes up. I've got a feeling I've made a crisp sandwich, but I'm not certain. Terry Tibbs, what happened to Jonas Butler? I thought she's your mod. No, it wasn't Jonas Butler. In fact, Jonas Butler, I recognize that name because he sent me a derogatory message once. It was another Butler, but I don't know whether they're related. She was a moderator, but then she decided not to just remain one because she was upset about my blackface videos. Although it was made pretty clear to several times that there was a reason for it, and I would explain it shortly. But she was put out with it, so she didn't want to be a moderator on that account. It was a bit of a shame, I mean, she was a long time sub, but what can you do? I mean, I don't like to be told what to do, and if I want to make a video of a certain type, I don't like to be told that I shouldn't be doing it. Besides, I was actually proving a point. I actually painted. For those who don't know, I've actually, if you look at my live streams in the list, I painted myself black and did a bunch of live streams that way, and I was actually proving a point, which people didn't seem to realize at first. It was the fucking outrage was unbelievable. A lot of people stuck with me for that. I lost a few subs, but it was good because I got rid of all the fucking the fly by night. Fuck them. If they don't want to stick around and hear the reason, I lost a few, but the hardcore viewers, they stayed around, and thank you to them. I painted myself black to prove a point, and what it was shortly after that French Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau. He was on the telly doing it. Oh, it was fucking pathetic. He was on the telly because the news had found out that 20 years before, when he was at college, he painted himself black and went to a party. You know, of course, they forget about Prince fucking Harry dressing up as a Nazi going to a Christmas party or a fancy dress party. No, that was fine. No, dressing up as a Nazi, being a fucking as a royal member of the family who've got Nazis in their lineage anyway, or Germans at least. That's fine. Okay, the royal family, they get a pass. No, but this talk about the English royal family, but this Trudeau guy back 20 years ago, he painted himself black, went to a party, and they brought it out and said, "How dare you?" And he wrote, "I'm sorry. I mean, the thing is, I was a kid. I didn't mean any fucking backpedaling like a stupid motherfucker." And I'll tell you what, that is the kiss of death. That's why I never apologize for anything, hardly anything I do. You start apologizing for stuff, you're fucking done. I mean, look at the track record of anybody who has done anything remotely suspect, even if it is or not. You know, the fact that the millennials out there and the news have jumped all over it. They seem to think that you've done something wrong and you should be apologizing. The second any politician, any movie star, any guy, any singer of any rock star, anybody in the public eye starts saying, "Yeah, you know, I'm really sorry and I'm ashamed of what I did, and it was when I was young, I was drunk, I was a dumb shit, and I don't mean it, and please forget," you're done. Okay, these people won't leave you alone. They will fucking put you out of business. All right, so that's why I say fuck them. You know, I painted myself black, and I'm not ashamed of it, and I don't fucking apologize for it. The reason I did it was, and I'm going on a bit of a tangent again. All right, I'm diverting here. All right, the reason I done it was because of that Trudeau fucking clown going on there. "Please forgive me. It was a mistake. I did it. I was in college and I didn't know." So I painted my face black and I went onto YouTube, and I'm waffling a bit because I'm drunk here. Uh, Basically, I didn't explain why I did it. I just done it and reaped all the hate. And then I said to people, there will be an explanation. In about 2 weeks' time, I'll explain it all. Just fucking bear with me. The reason was I wanted to show everybody out there, you, the viewers, the newspapers, the politicians, and everybody who's fucking scared of this sort of behavior. I wanted to show everybody the world hasn't come to an end. A meteor hasn't struck the earth. A tsunami hasn't come in to wipe us all out. The fucking sky hasn't fallen down. Nothing has happened. You know, a guy painted himself black, or went on the television or the YouTube in this case, and nothing happened. You know, so what's the big deal, you fucking whinging motherfuckers? That's what my message was, you know, and you know, it was true. The world hasn't ended. We're still around. You know, this tsunami hasn't struck us down. The lightning hasn't hit us. The worst that happened, I lost about 10 subscribers, you know, and frankly, while I don't, you know, I'm not saying I want to lose subscribers. No, nobody wants that, me least of all. But at the end of the day, if you're the type of person who will unsubscribe because of that, I don't want you round anyway. You know, I'm trying to do a thing here with my cookery and live streams. I'm trying to make some decent oh Jesus, fucking vodka again. Content. Trying to make some decent content that people like. You know, if you're the type of person to get upset by a simple thing like me painting myself black, and if you want, you can go back. There's about, I don't know, 2 or 3 live streams I did. You know, if you want to watch that, go watch those and see. You know, but it was to show you people nothing bad will happen. So what if Trudeau painted himself black? What if somebody else, you know, made a comment or painted himself black? You know what? I was watching my nose is itching. I was watching a video with these 2 comedians. One of them was in the Predator movie. You know, Keen and Peele. All right, 2 comedians. They used to do a lot of this sketch show. Okay. One of them, well, actually, a pair of them were in the scene, a whole bunch of people around the table, and one of them had a white man makeup on. He painted it because they're both black. He made himself up to look white because the idea was he was actually doing He was pretending to be Stan Lee, the comic book guy. So he had to paint himself on white to, pretend to be this character. So he come in and he's doing his spiel with these other comic book blokes. And I actually wrote in the comments, well, I said, whoa, wait a minute. A black man paints himself white? It's comedy. A white man paints himself black and he's racist. Seems like double standards. I wrote, it looks like double standards to me. Enter, which is true, because I painted myself black, all of a sudden I'm racist and, which, well, yeah, all right. But that wasn't the point of me painting myself black. It was to make a point that, fucking Earth isn't going to blow up. Anyway, that that's a long-winded I'm just reading, but that's a long-winded sort of thing. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna make a. Oh Jesus, look at this, Ryan Davis. I've had to go back, so I missed a few. Ryan Davis, make a quaver and curry sauce sandwich. They're so nice. I don't know. I got a feeling you just made that up. But I don't know if you haven't. And quaver and curry sauce. I don't know. I'd have to have I mean, I'm pretty drunk now, but I'd have to have a few more vodkas in order to consider eating one of those. Feminism is the bestinism. Feminism is the bestinism. Video. My nose is getting a bit blocked. Adam says, Boise, I love bang, bang, they grow. All right, Lee Merton, I'm still here, Mark. Do and say what you want. Absolutely. See, that's the attitude that I have. Some people don't like it, but I figure one, it's not just because I have a YouTube channel. I keep everything wholesome on my cookery, okay? But the live streams, I figure I'll say whatever I like, I have a filter. I'm not total, sociopath. I mean, I have a certain filter, but basically, I'll say whatever I like. My attitude is, if you don't like it, you have the choice to go someplace else, like this. I mean, I don't deliberately go out to annoy people or offend people. It's just that when I talk, I say what's on my mind. I say the truth as I see it. That offends people, but a lot of people are just out there to be offended anyway. So fuck them. How Jack Pinches. How many starbursts have you eaten in one go? Starburst. Is that the new name for oat fruits? I say the new name. If it's the one I'm thinking of, Starburst has been around about 30 years or 35 years or so. He took, I don't know. If you're talking about Starbursts, I haven't eaten them in a long time, but yeah, I could cram about 6 of them. They're the little square sweets that are fruit flavored. They used to be, I believe, they used to be opal fruits, if I'm thinking of the right thing. But yeah, about 6 or 8. But I haven't eaten them in years. Amber Franklin, the Royals do have German blood. Yep, that's why their surname is Windsor. Sorry, Asda was on the same estate as me. Actually, I'll tell you what, that's handy. If you had an Asda, fucking hell, I tell you, I mean, if we could change that co-op down there for an Asda, because Asda is a bigger place, they do a lot more bargains, cheaper stuff, because the co-ops, even the co-op's own brand is expensive, Terry Tibbs, gang bangs are best though, except the interracial ones. White Van Man, mash and spud. Oh, sorry, I'll tell you. See, that's the thing. I'm getting drunk and I'm sort of like, I'm reading words that are not even there. Mash, spud, and mushy pea and fish finger sandwich. Interesting. I've had fish finger sandwiches, either fish fingered whole or mashed, which I had a lot of complaints about that. I had to do I did a remake. I mashed up because I only had about 3 fish fingers, not enough to make a sandwich, right? So what I did, I mashed them up so I could spread them in the sandwich. Had that, thought, well, fucking people complaining, so I did another one. I have it only, 3 of them side by side, or 4 of them side by side, fish finger unmashed. Yeah, yeah, I thought about having the mushy peas in there. Although thinking about it, I think I've had in my wrap videos, I've had a tortilla wrap with a microwave fish and chips dinner, which had mushy peas in there. So I put a piece of fish, a few chips, and mashed potato. Mark's tortilla wrap, what's this? Scotty B. Hello. Oh, I missed Scotty. Scotty B. Hello, Peter. Nice seeing you as well. Oh, yeah. I guess he's talking about pizza meals. All right, so Scotty B's in the house. Scotty B. The Royals had, yep. The Royals. I used to live in Amber Franklin used to live on Oak Ridge Park, where there was an Asda. Oak Ridge Park. I'm not sure where that is. I don't know. Oak Ridge Park. It's probably around here somewhere. Okay. Oh yeah, Jenna, just Jenna. It was the Kershaws. I bought a load of different Kershaws dinners. I don't know whether the all day breakfast, fish and chips. I don't know what the fuck else. Anyway, Kershaws. You're right. Actually, you've either got a good memory or you skipped over to have a, to have a look. But that's it. Yeah, but you're right though. It was Kershaw's microwave dinners. Basically, I was getting each dinner. I think I did a roast dinner, Kershaw's roast dinner as well. Had some slices of meat in there. Put that in a tortilla wrap. Ryan Davis. I wish my dad was as cool as you. Oh, thank you. There you go. We ought to get him to watch my cookery channel. Maybe you'll be as cool eventually. Ryan Davis. Oh, he jumped there. Have you ever tried ketamine? Ketamine. Right. Have you ever tried ketamine? I don't know what that is. Oh, Scotty B, goodbye, Mark. Catch you on the rerun. Oh boy, I will be a long rerun live. It'll be a long rerun. Yeah, oh, look at this. Oh, look at that. It's 2.5 hours coming up on. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Catch you on the reruns, Scotty B. And that's good about the reruns. they might be several hours long, but people can watch them in segments, half an hour here, an hour there. And oh dear, I tell you, I am I'm pretty drunk. In fact, I'm going to knock this back and have another one. Yeah, I want to eat eventually. I don't know what I'll eat. I probably bust open a bag of chicken strips. I got them from Asda the other day when I went there. They've got a lot of them. They've got chicken in breadcrumb kind of thing. Southern fried, hot and spicy, barbecue. But they're easy to make. Oh, there you go. It's doesn't look. It looks a bit off color because there's a drop of orange in there. Oh boy, I'm fucking drunk. I'll tell you what. White Van Man, what's your favourite biscuit? What's my favourite biscuit here? Ooh, I don't know. I don't often. I like cookies. I like cookies. Chocolate chip with hazelnut in there, preferably. Um, the occasional wagon wheel. Oh, you know what I do like is those buttermilk biscuits. You know, uh, it's I've got a bin there. Yeah. Actually, that's handy. I've got a bin by the couch. I've got a bin in the kitchen, so that way I don't have to get up. I just I can just chuck it in the bin. Yeah, there's not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're called. Nice. I think they're called nice biscuits. And oh, there might be. No, well, the buttermilk. It's the one with the is a little. When you get the biscuit, it's got a little imprint of a cow on it. It's a rectangle biscuit, white in colour. It's just plain biscuit. Yeah, it's got a. I can't remember what were they called. Anyway, it's got an imprint of a cow on it. I like those. Oh yeah, Amber Franklin. Oak Ridge Park is in the Wolverton Road between Newport Pagnell. Oh, I see. And New Bradwell. Okay, Newport Pagnell and New Bradwell. Yeah, yeah, I know the road that you mean. That's where I hit my. That's where I hit my brother's car on my motorbike. Dumb motherfucker he was. Anyway. There used to be a pub, the Black. I don't know, Black something. There used to be a gas bottle place. Used to sell gas bottle, rent gas bottles, sell gas bottles. I know that road, and there's a church with a cemetery or a cemetery, and that's where the Asda is. If you're coming from Newport, the Asda will be on the right. You keep on going. You've got the council tip on the right. Keep on going. You got the where the petrol station used to be. They're building houses on there. You keep on going, and then on the left you've got that big tower with a clock on it. Keep on going. Then you got Wolverton. What was I saying? Ravi Patel, ketamine is a good alternative to salt. Oh, okay. You should try it sometime, Mark. Ketamine. Salt, eh? Sounds more like a medicine. Ketamine. Anyway, what do I know? Jack Pinches. Ever played the game Throw the Frey Bentos Pie at at self-service checkout? Ever played the game Throw the Frey Bentos Pie at self-service checkout? Actually, I'm not sure what that means, but I've had a couple. I've still got a couple left. I got bought from a Poundland. I had two or something. The thing is, I never use the self-service tills. You know, yeah. You know what pissed me off once? I was with my mum and we went into the my local co-op because we were going somewhere. And I went in there to buy a thing. We both go in, and because every time we go on the self-service, I say to her, I always make a comment that, I never use the self-service tills. They are there to put poor fuckers out of a job. That's the job of those tills, you know. And they're there so they don't have to pay somebody a wage to fucking work the till. And I was in my old co-op. I was in front, paid for my stuff, left. I'm out on the street. She's behind me, right? Because she's getting a few bits and pieces. She thinks I've walked down the street to the car, but actually I was waiting outside, hanging outside, looking for the window, and And then I see her using the fucking the self-service till, And when she come out, I said, "What the hell?" Right? I've told you about, what they're there for. They're putting people out of a job, so poor fuckers have to make do without any work. And she, oh yeah, it's only because there's a few things. So there's I'm thinking, how often do you do that then? Because that fucking winds me up. Because when I go into the supermarket, even when I'm at the co-op, I had this out with a woman once at the till. I was fucking annoyed with her. What happens is All of us queue up in the till, in the line, waiting on the till. There's 3 tills, only one's ever fucking used. It's because they've got 3 self-service tills. That's why they don't put any bastard on the tills, right? So anyway, you've got one stupid old woman on the till. You've got a line of people, and then you've got people who will go through the till, past the line to go to the self-service till. And every now and again, you're putting something through the thing, and it'll stop. You say, "Oh, there's a problem." So the woman will stop serving the person who she's serving at the counter at the proper till, walk down, the 6-8 feet to the little screen, type it, and that, like if somebody's there, can you verify your age? She will stop serving the person who she's serving to walk down to press the button. Yes, I verify their age, and then they can carry on using the self-service till. And I said to the woman, what was that? They push, they avoid the line. They're basically jumping the line by not queuing up, using the self-service till. So they're jumping the line, and you served them before you did me, and I took the time to stand in the fucking line. And she goes, "What are you talking about? They weren't jumping the line." And I said, "What do you think they just done? They walked past the line to get to the self-service till. You were serving me, and you stopped to fucking serve them. And all. I had this out with a woman, and I was pretty." I was pretty annoyed with her, but that's what happens, and these dumb fuckers. I've actually seen staff members using the self-service till, and I feel like saying to them, "You dumb bastard." That's why people get made. That's why there's 3 less people working in the fucking co-op now than there used to be before they put those machines in. Because I've had this. I've spoken this before. People are saying, "Oh yeah, no, what they do? They work out the back." This is dummies on the fucking computer here. They just put them out the back. So, no, stupid. They're not going to spend 20 grand on a fucking self-service till and then put the person out the back. Those self-service tills are there so they don't have to pay a wage. These things, well, I say rarely break down. I mean, they don't really break down. It's just when people are starting to throw stuff through them too quick and the machine can't keep up. The woman needs to reset it from behind the counter. But they don't spend 20 grand on a machine and then keep the employees working someplace else in the shop. Now, and this is why we have no fucker working in the co-op. You got one person behind the counter, and the queue has to get fucking 10, 12 deep before they've called somebody else in. And then you got people who just walk by, and I look at these people and thinking, you asshole. These people who use a self-service till, and you might be, you people listening might be those people. But when I see somebody at the self-service till, I see somebody who doesn't give a fuck about the next guy. He's thinking, or she's thinking, I don't care. I'm getting out of the shop 5 minutes before you guys. I'm just going to use this till, boop, 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 pay my money and fuck off out. I get to the car park 5 minutes before everybody else. What's that? They're there to put somebody out of work? I don't fucking care. I'm going to go out about my business 5 minutes sooner than what I would normally do it. I never use those tills. I will fucking stand in a line of 12 people. Mainly because I mean, if I go shopping, I've got nowhere else better to be, right? It's not like I've got I've got to get shopping, right? I've got to get all this shopping. I've got to get it in the trolley on the conveyor belt, pay for it, back in the trolley to the car, drive home, stash it away, then get to work. No, I don't have anywhere better to be. All right, so I'll stand in a line of 12 people. I don't care, I mean, I've been out of work, and it's not much fucking fun, let me tell you. Especially now being on the agency work, been doing agency work like most of the fucking people around here. It's not much fun, and then when you see, it's because I mean, it's fucking Tesco where at Wolverton, they must have they must have at least a dozen tills, a dozen self-service tills. I've seen them. There's another Tesco in Kingston. They must have the same. There's no short of people using them. And when I see people using them, I'm thinking, you're the kind of people, you don't give a fuck about the next guy. You're putting somebody out of a job. I mean, I wouldn't have the fucking conscience to use the machine. If I was using the machine, I know that I am actually participating in making somebody unemployed. Anyway, that's my fucking rant on that. So don't be a fucking asshole and use these machines. Do me a favor, all right? Don't be a fucking asshole. Use the machines and put somebody out of work. If nobody, I tell you, if everybody stood together and says, no, you supermarkets are making enough fucking money. You don't need machines in order. Remember when you're young, every fucking till had somebody on it. Now you go to the supermarket, you've got, you've got 15 tills. There's 4 of them being used. Uh, don't be that guy. Okay, don't be the problem. Don't be the person who contributes to the fucking problem. It's that's why I'll never use the machines, because I don't want to be that guy, the guy that helped. If everybody, that's what I was getting at. If everybody fucking stood together, a bit of fucking solidarity, right? If everybody stood together and say, no, these machines are putting people out of work. I'm not going to be contributing to that. You're not going to do it on my fucking watch. I'm not helping you. And they queued up in the till, they would soon get more people working the tills, because the supermarket doesn't want a queue of 10 people per till. They want to get that queue moving because they want money in the till. They would soon start hiring people to work those tills, just like they used to in the old days when you actually had a person on the till. But no, nobody sticks together. Everybody says, fuck them, I'm getting out the door faster than everybody else. Anyway, I seem to be getting annoyed now and ranting. That's what vodka does. The thing is, it doesn't make me a bad. I don't sort of like get totally outrageous. It's just being more free with my point of view, mainly because of I mean, I don't have much of a filter to begin with, but even less now with the. Oh, fuck me. It's a bit strong now. It's because I ran out of juice. Hold on a second. I'm going to get the other bottle. Oh, oh boy! It's only when I have to stand up and move, that's when my knees and back start hurting, because I've been sitting here for over 2.5 hours, 2 hours 42 and 30 seconds. Anyway, yeah, because when I'm sitting down, I'm fine. It's when I have to get up and move. So that's when Anyway, I've got another one of these because you get 2 of them for you save like 30p or something. But the other flavors, the other flavors were like you got like orange on its own, and then you've got apple and mango. So I figured, well, I do like the mixed fruit. Man, look at that. 26 bloody hell, I can't believe 26 people are listening to me rant. There you go. If I lost one. 25 now. If any of those 25 people have not hit the thumbs up, let's see. We've got 24 now. Who wants to be 25? See if we can get this up, shall we? 25 people watching. 24. Oh, hello. 25 thumbs up. Whoever that was, thank you ever so. Yeah, let's see how high we can get the thumbs up. Anybody? No, I lost one. Fucking hell, that one. 24 now. 25. Right, we're back up to 25. I bet it's going to drop to 24 now. Somebody will sort of take 26. Can see? All I have is how many's watching and how many thumbs up. Can somebody tell me how many thumbs down I've got? Because I don't have that information. Jack Pinches, self-service are so bad as the plague, as far as I'm concerned. Absolutely, I will not go near them. I mean, there's nothing worse. I mean, I've known people who will go out and deliberately try and get some poor bastard fired. I've had that in places I've worked at. The people have no fucking conscience. But the people who use those machines. They're only doing it because they are. It's like people do stuff because I don't give a shit about the next guy. Fuck them. They're on their own. I mean, it's not like the supermarkets are fucking struggling. I mean, Christ. See, because what they've done is say I don't know how much these machines cost. All right, say off the top of my head, say I've said 20 grand a minute ago, but say £10,000 per machine. I have no idea, but let's just say 10 grand. That's a shop that's a shop assistant's wage for a year. Okay, so they buy a machine. They don't pay a shop assistant for they lay them off or they don't hire one for a year. 12 months is paid for itself. Every year after that, they're saving it of 10 grand, 10 grand, 10 grand, 10 grand. Times that by 12 machines, that's 12 shop assistants they don't need. That's 10 grand a year times 10 machines. That's £100,000 per year they're saving. It's about fucking money. It's not like they're not making enough. They want more, and they'll do it at your expense. I mean, you people who are using these machines, wait until it's time to fucking make you cunts redundant. See how well you'll be thinking. Oh yeah, I wish I had a job at a fucking supermarket. Oh, they're not hiring. No, they don't need to anymore. Wait until you get made redundant, you bastards. Anyway, man, who else goes on their live streams and calls their viewers fucking bastards? I mean, who does that? Okay, Ryan Davis. You know what? I'm just going to keep putting people on live, because you haven't done too many awkward messages, Ryan Davis. But I'm going to put in a timeout. Keep it up, and you'll get banned. I'm going to tell you. Mark, John Morton. Did you get your bad knees from the gym, Mark? No, not so much, because I used to work the legs very well. There's a leg press, which basically you sit in a chair and it's tilted backwards. So instead of pushing, it's in between the position. Like if you were to push forward, it's not quite there and it's not quite up. It's more, I don't know, 45 degree. So you're on your back, you're tilted 45 degrees, and you're pushing this big plate, this square plate with a lot of weights on either side. You're pushing that up. So I used to use that for the quads. For anybody who doesn't know, it's the muscle between the hip, the front of the leg, the muscle between the hip and the knee. It's called the quad because there's 4 muscles in there. The quad, like say the bicep, for example, there's actually 2. It looks like one big muscle, but there's actually 2 bicep. Tricep, there's 3, being tri. So the quad with 4. So that's what you do when you're pushing. And then I used to do the hamstrings where you're lying on the. Anyway, you do so because I work the legs very well. No, I never had any problems with the knees. It's just I'm getting older and. I don't know, less active, I guess. 4x4 tells me there's 7 haters. Anyway, 7 fucking. It's funny when I'm doing my cookery videos. It's funny because I'll load a video, and within 2 minutes, sometimes, which is way before anybody can even watch the video, I've got a thumbs down. How the fuck does that happen? But yeah, it's amazing. No matter what you do, it's like 4x4, the 7 haters. No matter what you do, no matter how great any videos that I put up, there's always somebody who will, just thumbs down because it's there. Why bother? I tell you, it's very rare that I will actually thumbs down a video. I mean, if I type in say this, like there are fucking people on the YouTube assholes who will advertise, say for example, I'm trying to think of an old film. All right, let's go over here. All right, say Tremors, right? For example, Tremors full movie is the title, right? But so basically they're saying, click on here, you can watch Tremors. It's the full movie, the whole thing. Right? Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. So you click on it. It turns out it's either an ad saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, YouTube have decided that they're going to take down this video due to copyright." It was never there in the fucking first place, right? So that gets a thumbs down, and I actually report it to get them fuckers taken off. Or they'll film the film from their phone off the television and then load that. So the sound is shit, the picture is shit. Why they put, so basically it's clickbait, so thumbs down. Other than that, if I'm watching somebody's video and I figure, well, they're making a loaf of bread on the video. No, I don't think I'll actually do that and make that bread. I don't thumbs down, just fucking move on. If they're doing something, if they're talking about stuff, I'll leave a thumbs up. You know what? I never thumbs up if a YouTuber has taken somebody else's work and pass it on their own channel. They're not trying to say that they made it. They're just taking somebody else's work, putting it on their own channel, and then fucking making advertisement money on it. That's when I sometimes I'll give my thumbs down. Well, I won't even give my thumbs down. I'll just give them fuck all. I just won't give my thumbs up. Nothing, because like a lot of people, if they take music or a movie or something, I watch videos. Say the Joe Rogan show, I watch his, but sometimes I'll watch a video and I'll notice he's actually got a different YouTuber name on underneath. So somebody's taken his video clips, put them on their own channel, and basically sending that out in the world. They'll recoup the old, advertisement cake, but they put, so I try. Sometimes if I see that, I'll avoid those videos. I want it to be from the person. But if there is a genuine somebody like myself who is a person who is making content and sending it out, and I like their product, I'll give them a thumbs up. Rarely I'll give them a thumbs down. But if it's somebody else trying to take credit for somebody else's work, I don't give them a thumbs up. I give them nothing. Mr. Omran, Mark, you should ignore the haters and just move on. People would always hate, even if you're doing good. That's absolutely right. Let me tell you, when I first started this channel, it was July 2017. So July 2018, what was it, 2.5 years? Fucking hell. I've got 875 videos in 2.5 years. What was I talking about? Yeah, well, I'll tell you, from minute one, when I started making videos, I used to, similar stupid shit like I'm getting here on the comment section from people, what kind of porn do you like? Stupid shit like that, but even worse stuff than that. It was fucking horrendous. From basically pretty much the minute one when I started the channel, all this stupid shit used to come onto my in the comment section, and I didn't know how to deal with that. I'm not used to that. I don't know how. I wasn't I wasn't used to being able to how to deal with it and what to do. It's only when I figured out how to block people then that got a lot better. But it used to be all the time, and it was so bad that I was thinking, what the fuck am I doing? I'm like 3 months in. It was like I'm getting so much hate, and I couldn't understand why. And like I say, I wasn't used to it. But you're right, Mr. Imran. Mr. Imran. Yeah, just I learned to ignore the haters. Sometimes, if people write, uncomplimentary stuff on here or on the cookery videos, sometimes I'll just leave it. If it's really derogatory, then I'll delete it. And sometimes if they get really bad, then I'll ban that person. Which I can do as I've got all kinds of options I can deal with, but yeah, it's a case that people will hate. It's funny when I get a particularly obnoxious comment. It's funny because I did a big soup the other day. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning. I was having some breakfast, and before I had to piss off out and do the shopping down in Iceland, I had somebody write to me. This is what was it? What was it they wrote? This is the most depressing video I've seen. Watching somebody eat breakfast at 7 o'clock in the morning. That was it. And I wrote back to them, says, look, 7 o'clock means in the morning. When you write, but you can either write 7 o'clock, 7 a.m. Well, that was it, 7 a.m. in the morning. I wrote, if you can write 7 a.m. or in the morning, they both mean the same thing. When you write both of them, you look fucking stupid, I wrote that back to them, but otherwise I would just, delete it. But I went onto this goof's channel, like I sometimes will. I'll find out, I wonder what this person's doing. There's fuck all on the channel. They do nothing. But they come onto my channel and say, oh yeah, your video shit. You're eating a can of soup at 7 o'clock in the morning. I mean, even I figured that would be fucking boring, right? Eating a can of soup at 7 o'clock. So what I did, I jazzed it up. I had some French bread with it. I put some cheese on the French bread, used it as a scoop, and make it different. Who wants, so it's not just a tin of soup. But yeah, when you go onto these people's channel, they got nothing. They got nothing to contribute. They got fuck all going on. They're contributing nothing except hate and derogatory comments. So yeah, you're right. People will hate just for the hell of it. Which sometimes I'll put up with it. Sometimes I actually leave uncomplimentary comments on there. I'll just leave them. Let other people comment on them for me. If it's really bad, I'll just delete them. Fuck them. Let's see. Ryan Davis is still on a timeout. Let's see. Jack Pinches. They should make a Doctor Who episode about the rise of the self-service checkouts. All of mankind has been dominated by them. Indeed. I tell you, you can't go no place. I mean, you could argue, I've never actually thought of it until this particular second, but you could argue that ATM machines are there to put cashiers out of work, But I mean, I'm not completely certain. I mean, they're more of a convenience because you're in the middle of nowhere. You can have an ATM outside of a co-op, or you could have an ATM outside of a bank. You can have an ATM at a petrol station. You can go pretty much anywhere and find an ATM. So they're there as a convenience as such. But the self-service tills, you only find them in supermarkets, and they're there to stop people from getting a job. So yeah. But you're right, though. Machines are taking over the world. I was watching the Joe Rogan the other day, and I think it was today actually, and they were talking about how dependent we are. Because they were talking about when you go back several thousand years, what we know about Egyptians, for example, and the Mayans and the Aztecs, is what they scratched onto walls, right, into stone. Okay, and that's why we got to understand about their language and their lifestyle and and whatever else. It's because they etched it on stone. They didn't have to worry about lightning strikes, floods. Was it worth all those EMPs? The cosmic rays that affect electrical items. They didn't have to worry about that shit. And that's the only reason why we know about these people, because of what we read and they scratched on the walls. And the argument, what they were saying was, because we are so dependent on electrical. I mean, look at what we're talking about. I'm talking to a bunch of people through the internet. If we had an EMP blast, if there was a terrorist attack on the power stations, or they blew up Google or whoever the hell else, and then the computer went down. Imagine how much knowledge. I mean, nobody fucking reads books anymore, right? Of course, I don't mean that literally, but I mean me. I mean, I've actually bought in the past books on subjects, homesteading, chickens, birds in general. To keep birds. I've had books on how to grow vegetables and stuff. But now, if I need information, I will go onto YouTube. You can find it. You want to grow how to grow potatoes, how to grout your bathroom wall, how to lay a carpet, how to fix the brakes on your car. You can find a video for it on there. Can you imagine if the internet went down? Never mind about electricity in general. Okay, that'd be fucking bad. But if the internet went down, how fucked would you be? You wouldn't be able to know nothing. You know, you wouldn't be able to find any phones or addresses for your local takeaway. You wouldn't be able to find out any information that's going on YouTube, like how to cook a chicken casserole, like I've been showing. You wouldn't be able to find out any of that. And you imagine if what happens, see, imagine what happened to the Aztecs and the Mayans, right? Their civilization, and the Rome, for example. The slightly different. There's people, all their knowledge has been gone, right? The only thing we know is what they scratched on the walls. You imagine? So if we lost the internet and electricity basically all over, we'd be back in the Stone Age, right? 3 days from now, we'd be fucking fighting in the streets for resources in the local supermarkets and whatnot. In 200-300 years, nobody would pretty much know what happened here. They would find remnants of houses. Well, actually, maybe not. Well, yeah, but there'll be some remnants left of buildings, perhaps. There'll be bridges, there'll be man-made dams and stuff, right? But imagine in 300 years, if future generations, could you imagine if everybody, if the computer, what we rely on, the computers and electricity and gadgets in general, phones, if we had nothing, right, and we were thrown tomorrow morning, we're back on the Stone Age, we're out there. Oh shit! How many people out there know how to make bread from scratch? There are people, of course. There's videos on it, but without the knowledge, you've got to go rustle up an old person who knows how to grind the wheat, mix it with certain ingredients, how to cook it, how long to cook it. Imagine we still, for a time, had the combustion engine, all right? Because I mean, petrol only has a lifespan of I don't know what it is. It has a life of 1 or 2 years or something. If there's petrol in your car, there's preservative, there's stuff in there that stops it from it doesn't last forever. So you may imagine when you watch those apocalyptic shows, like what's that Ray Liotta one, when he's taken out of the space prison and thrown onto an island, and there's two tribes. There's a good tribe and a bad tribe. Lockout? No, not Lockout. Anyway, maybe something will remind me. Ray Liotta, he's thrown onto the island. It's a big wooded island. Anyway, and you're in there, right? You got the good people and the bad people, and there's one guy who's the inventor, the one guy who knows stuff. He's the one who's turning an old scrap car engine into a motor that can power lighting for the whole village. There's one guy. I mean, assuming imagine if we had no electric, no nothing. How long could you keep your car on the road? Okay. I mean, assuming you could get petrol out of the petrol station, by hand pump. Okay. There's no way that you can produce more petrol because you've got to refine it from oil. When the tires go, can you make new tires? You can take tires off of, possibly, if you know how to take tires off other cars. There's no way you can produce new tires. There's no way you can generate electricity to keep the battery if the battery needs charging. There's nothing. So what I'm trying to get at, even though I tell you I can't think straight because of, is in 300 years' time there will be a population of people who know nothing about anything And in 300 years' time, the only thing that I mean, when they look back and they're digging up the ground and finding ruins in the ground and bits of pottery, they're not going to find any books because the books will be all rotted to hell and disintegrated by then. They're not going to find anything on computer because nothing. The computers all crashed and there's nothing being made. It's only stuff that has been carved. So, say, buildings, bridges, monuments. That's about the only thing, because everything that we know is on computer. If you need to find out anything from how to make bread to tiling your roof, it's all on computer. Or for some people who don't have a shit ass phone like this, you can find the internet and find out any information you want. Go to Google, go to YouTube. So what I'm saying is that there'll be no information. So we're so reliant on electricity. We're so reliant on computers and what computers can do. I mean, fuck me, they've even got fridge freezers that I've got. I watched an advert on a thing the other day. You open your fridge, you have the milk, you close the door, and then you press the button, say, "Oh, we're low on milk," so it reminds you to order, or it'll order it for you. I don't know, through the internet. There'll be no traces of how we used to live other than stone and brick. The old metal bridges. So people will be looking at our history in 200 years' time, looking at us and what we could dig up, the same as we are looking at the Aztecs right now, thinking, what the fuck? They left us no information on nothing. Anyway, so yeah. So the roundabout way, I'm kind of saying that we are too reliant on electronic goods. I mean, you figure, how many electronic goods do you have? I mean, you've got your everything is dependent on electric. So so without electric, we are back in the Stone Age. It really is as simple as a tsunami or a tidal wave. Going back to was it New Orleans a few years back? The dams busted, or the levees busted. The whole town was up to their ears in seawater. They're fucked. We've had it in England when we've had flooding. The whole town is like up to their waist in water. Of course, water comes down into the sewers. The sewers start bubbling up. There's all sewage and fucking what knows all over the streets. And oh dear, Terry Tibbs, what are you doing? I hope that message wasn't for me, because you're anyway. No, I tell you, oh dear. Anyway, I wasn't right. Yes, so anyway, we're too reliant on because once it's gone, like I say, how many people know how to grow their own food? If they knew how to grow, they would be growing it. We're so reliant on going to the supermarket and buying it. We don't know how to grow our own food. We don't know how to keep our own livestock. Most people don't know how to do, anything. If you, there's so many apocalyptic movies. There's that one with Ray Liotta, which I don't think anybody's. I can't think of it. I might have it in there somewhere. Yeah, Ray Liotta, he gets thrown onto the prison planet. There's The Postman with Kevin Costner. There's another one. Out of all the people in their village, none of them have ever heard of a fucking postman, right? Because they're so young. Nobody's passing on the valuable information of how things used to be. Remember, in The Postman, you got one guy. He's the guy. He's an old guy. He's working the radio, and he does a little dialogue to Kevin Costner about up there. There's in the satellites. There's a couple of skeletons, all smiling down here on us. In the whole movie, there's only 6 people who actually remember things like satellites, what the postal service was like, and any combustion engine and anything else. The rest of them are all kids. You have a look at the movie The Postman, and that's because imagine, let's say me, if all turned to shit tomorrow, there'd be people like me and my age group who would have to instruct. I mean, you figure how fucking stupid these millennials, these kids are nowadays, right? It'll be people like me and my age group who would have to teach these people, this is how you do things. This is how you make something. This is how you make a shelter. This is how you grow crops. This is how you cultivate animals. And, I tell you, kid, although, yeah, because I mean, like I say, kids are fucking stupid nowadays. I was in my local chicken shop the other day. I was getting a chicken burger. And what they've done, they hired this girl, right? What they've done, they figured, right, okay, we need one guy out the back working on he's frying the chicken. You got one guy doing the actual making the orders, and what we need is, we've got one guy doing the takeaway deliveries. What we need is somebody on the till. Their job is to work the till. So what they've done, they hired a girl. She looks about 16, fucking, dopey as hell, but she looks 16. And I'm sitting at the table, I'm waiting on my chicken burgers to get cooked, and I'm sort of, because I noticed her because she's standing there and she's basically standing in front of the till, waiting on somebody to come in. Oh, what would you like? Typing in the till. And she's there and she's yawning. She hasn't got the sense to go, oh. She's just yawning with her fucking mouth wide open, right? Which is something a kid would do because they haven't got the sense to cover their mouth. She's there and she's basically standing there until somebody walks in. And that's her, and she's looking dopey as fucking hell. And I'm thinking, well, anybody with a bit of sense would try and show the boss why they should be, earning a wage there. If I was the boss, I'd be saying to her, "What the fuck are you doing? Listen, is there no tables that want wiping down? There's a fucking rubbish bin in the shop? And every time I go in there, it's always full. Is there no rubbish bin that wants to be emptied? Is there no floor that needs to be swept? You don't just stand there and earn." She's probably earning minimum wage, I'm guessing, because they're not going to, it's a chicken shop. But she's thinking, oh yeah, well, they've told me to stand at the till and take the orders. I tell the guy behind me, he's making up the burgers, getting the boxes filled with chicken. The guy behind him, he's the one who notices we're low on chicken strips or we're low on ribs. We better cook some more. There's the guy behind him who's doing the deliveries. So her job is just to stand there. And she's, I'm watching her. And she's, like this, yawning with her mouth open, not even covering her mouth. Like I say, if I was a boss, I'd be saying, why am I paying you? I don't fucking pay you to stand there like a dummy. Find something to do. But that's how dumb kids are. So if you was to try and teach a dumb kid like this how to survive in an apocalyptic scenario, the world's going to be in deeper shit than it already is. You figure it's bad if the electricity went out and the computers went and the power grid went down and we're all in the dark. We're all going around by candlelight. You think how bad it is if this clown has to, and it's the same fucking stupid idiot who hands you a Burger King burger, and it's up to me, even before they they handed it to me, even before they managed to let go of the burger, I can feel that it's cold. They're the people who are going to have to keep the human race going, and and that's why, and that's why the anyway. Amber Franklin loves all periods of history. Indeed, I like history. I love watching those stuff about gladiators and the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Egyptians, and I love all that shit. And all the theories they're coming out with about the. In fact, that was one of the ideas about the Egyptians. It was Joe Rogan did a sketch on that, did a comedy routine, whereas the Egyptians, they were the most advanced culture pretty much on the planet at their time. Pretty, they managed to build the pyramids, they managed to build aqueducts, they managed to have rivers and cultivate crops and that where they were living. And all of a sudden, bang, something happened. All the smart people died. Because you imagine if, basically, in the country, in any given country, you probably got 5% of the population who have actually, who are actually doing stuff, inventing stuff, producing stuff. That and the other 95% of people are just fucking using the stuff and working to buy the stuff. So I mean, let's say a meteor landed on England, right? Killed half the population, killed 70% of the population, whatever, a large proportion. So say it killed 70% of the population. 65% of the dead would be the dumb fuckers running around. The 5% of that 70 would be the people who actually do stuff, or I mean, imagine of the population, it's only 5% of the population now. Imagine if a large proportion of that went extinct, you're left with, out of the whole population, you're left with 15 people who know how to make bread. You're left with 20 people who know how a combustion engine works. So so what's left with the population is who you have to work with to try and rebuild society. And with a society of 65%, or 95% of dumb shits, that's why. And that's what he was saying about the. I realize I'm rambling because I'm drunk. Okay, but that's what he was saying about the Egyptians. The thing was flourishing. They built high pyramids, they aqueducts, production of food and grain and what else. Population of millions. Something happened. There's nothing there. There's no smart people left. So nobody was building any more stuff. The country went to ruin it. From lush greenery into sand in a few hundred thousand years. That's why the only clue that we have that they even existed was the fact that they've got a big building with pictures inside it. A big pyramid with pictures in there. Other than that, we don't know fairly much of anything that we can try and decipher. It's because all the smart people died, and then all the thick people managed to, there's some of the thick people managed to survive. They bred, producing more thick fuckers who produce nothing, and that's why So yeah, so in a doomsday scenario, all the smart people are going to be dead because there's less of them. You take you get a population, you kill a certain percentage will be killed by the meteorite buildup, by the tsunami, by the earthquake. Certain percentage is going to be dead. So you've got an even smaller percentage of people who are smart, the thinkers, the doers. The rest of them, anyway. Now there you go. Peter B says, I can skin and gut a rabbit or pheasant. Good skills if you live on the land. Exactly. I tell you what, on that subject, I mean, even though I personally, I've known somebody who used to shoot pheasants and rabbits and eat them. He doesn't do it anymore, but I've actually, for my own just shits and giggles, I like to research stuff on the internet. I like to do that. I've researched everything from homesteading and crop growing and animals, even animals that I probably may not have, goats and cows and this kind of thing. I've studied. I've never done it in real life, but I've studied and tried to learn how the correct way to chop a tree down without it ending up on top of your house or on top of you or on top of your car you showed up on. And I've actually learned. I've watched videos on how to kill, skin, cook, eat rabbit, and other animals, crocodile. I've watched loads of videos how to skin a crocodile, how to cultivate, how to separate the meat from the skeleton. I've never liked to have a reason to do that with a crocodile. But I find it interesting, just like you did there. With you're able to do that with a rabbit and a pheasant. I love learning how to do this. Sort of like skills you might learn or want to learn for a doomsday scenario. Which, unless something drastic happens, I'm never likely to use these skills. Fire lighting without matches. I love learning how to do that. How to start a fire with friction. You can actually light a fire using a battery. If like say, if your car breaks down in the wilderness, for example, if you have a Brillo pad, a wire Brillo, yeah, a wire brush pad, like you might scrape your dishes with and stuff, and some batteries out of a torch, you can put them together, make some sparks, you can start a fire. Start fire with flint, start fire with friction, with 2 bits of wood. I love learning that shit. And like I say, I'm probably never going to use it, but it's just a handy thing to have, just to learn, to have in the filing cabinet in the back of your mind, just for the. But yeah, see, it will. If it goes to shit, and you think it won't, look at New Orleans. It's happened there. Look at Australia. I mean, now they're having fucking fires all over the place. I mean, they're not in a state where they're going to have to be. The whole population is going to be fending for themselves in a apocalyptic. But I mean, it's like the end of the world fucking scenario for some of them. Even in England, we've had floods. We've had the army come in with boats and tankers of water for certain towns that have been flooded. It can happen, and if you even just keep your mind active, have them, like I say, file them away in the back cabinet. Is there. So yeah, P2B, it's a good skill to have. I mean, yeah. Anyway. Exactly, Jess. Yeah, blame the schools. They don't teach us anything about working life. So when younger people go to work, they have no clue what they're doing. Exactly. Yeah. See, because we're bringing the kids up in a culture where you get a medal just for fucking showing up. At sport school days, you don't have to do fuck all. Just show up, you get a medal. We're teaching them that light-hearted banter or piss taking, as we call it in England, or making fun or joking around. That's the reason why you go in the office and complain. Tell the boss that you're being fucking harassed and bullied. And you're not. You're just being fucking made fun of, and just that's what people do. You're growing kids up to expect, when they grow up as kids, thinking, well, somebody looks at me cross-eyed, so I'm going to fucking tell the teacher, or I'm going to tell the boss. Grow up and fucking try that with grown men who, fucking batter you. I've had it. When I got fired from Argos, I've never told many of you, but I've told when that John from the restaurant really stitched me up. He was making up a couple of stories about me. He got me fired pretty much, along with that other woman. I actually went to work in my, I hung out there for a few days, knowing when he would finish work. I had a dog chain, a chain that you put around the dog's neck. I had that round. I was going to fucking take his look, I was going to sort him out with a bike, with a dog chain. It turned out the guy had more sense, and he fucking left. He actually left, and then I found him in the street one time. And trouble was, I was ferrying some chickens down from to another house, and but I was 10 minutes. I was having a guy go at him, calling him all kinds of names. But yeah, I mean, you try it, you get people fired. Like me. I was going to fucking go for his legs with a dog chain. There are people who go even further than that. It's because these kids don't know that you can't be fucking with somebody's livelihood like that. There'll be repercussions. But yeah, but he looked at me because they're so used to being able to any confrontation. That's it. Go to teacher. Fuck me. It's gone 12:30. If anybody here is actually, is anybody here watching from other than England? Here in England, it is 12:36 in the morning. It's it's gone. So I've been going coming up on 3.5 hours. It's midnight, 36 past midnight. Mr. Omar, Mark, was that vodka potent? Indeed, I've had a bunch of vodka tonight. I mean, I'm drunk. I'm not shit-faced where I'm going to fall over, but I am drunk where it's, trying to express my opinion is not as easy as it might be because I've had loads of vodka. Amber Franklin remembers learning about ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome at school. They never taught us any of that stuff at school. See, that's the thing about schools. I mean, basically, schools you're in a conveyor belt, right? Because basically, every year you'll have a couple of hundred kids come in. You've got to because they they've got to be taught how to read, write, and do math, right? That's it. And then to fill in the gaps, because you can't be learning, they throw in a bit of science class, fucking around with Bunsen burners and stuff. But they basically teach you the minimum you need to learn. Right? You need to learn to read, write, math, out the door, ready for the next year's students to come in. I mean, pretty much. I mean, anything that you. I mean, all right. I mean, I never done all that well at school as such, in terms of degrees and CCSEs and O levels. I never only O levels, but degrees and stuff. The majority of learning that you do is from the time when you leave school up until the time you die. You're learning all the time. I mean, like now. I mean, I used to read quite a lot. Not so much now. But when I had the video shop, I used to read quite a lot, and I like to read. I like to read fact stuff. Stuff like I say, homesteading, growing crops, how to grow shit and stuff. I used to read a lot of fiction as well, but I prefer fact stuff. How to deal with the world, how to go about. They don't teach you when you're at school, like I say, math, writing math. They don't teach you how to fill out an application form for a job. They don't teach you what you're going to walk into. They don't teach you how, anything about, right, dress smart, go in. You've got to, when you go for a job interview, you're trying to sell yourself. You've got to convince some fucker on the other side of the desk why he should hire you instead of the next guy. You don't get told anything. You don't get told this is going to happen, let alone how to deal with it. Right. So you've got growing, you've got no idea how to get a job, what to do when you get there, how to deal with people, how to do anything. So basically you've got to learn as you go. And this is why you've got dummies like in the chicken shop. That girl stand. I'm just going to stand here like a dumb shit. She hasn't got the sense to cover her mouth when she yawns. Who does that? Or you hand a guy a burger. They don't got the fucking sense to know. They can't feel that it's cold. Fucking idiot. They don't. They don't teach you any of that. Common sense stuff. So you've got to learn it. That's why you give kids idiot jobs like working at Burger King, because they learn that they're an idiot. Hopefully they'll learn a bit of work experience, how to deal with people across the counter, and then they progress to somewhere else, like wherever else they want to work. Okay. Yeah. Hello, what's going on there? I'm trying to mess around with the okay. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Amber Franklin. I've heard that Leonardo da Vinci invented the helicopter. Yeah, I believe that to be true. And or very primitive idea. But yeah, yeah, that and the submarine. If I'm correct, the submarine also, or a very primitive version of it. Um, yeah, there was loads of things. A hand glider, I believe. Um, but yeah, he's credited with a lot of inventions. You see, Jack Reed, John Morton. I'm in NI two. NI Northern Ireland. I don't know what. Port. Yeah, he's talking. Somebody's liver Limavady, and then Portadown. Blimey. Amber Franklin goes on to say, I read on my Kindle because I can't see to read print books. Oh. And I also history and science documentaries on the TV or YouTube. Indeed. Yeah. Yeah, it's the kind of thing I like to watch as well. History, science, space exploration. Yeah, I just find that stuff really interesting. But imagine if we didn't have access to the electricity run computers, if all that went, there'll be no more learning about astrology, except for books. I mean, how many fucking books are out there? But who's gonna, But after a while, even those will crumble, and like in the 1960s version of Time Machine. You've got I can't remember the name. I've got it down around there somewhere on DVD. The guy goes through it goes forward in time, and he meets the Elors and the Ewok, no, fucking Ewoks. The people who live above, and then the people who live below the earth. Okay, and the people who are above, they're all a bunch of blonde-haired looking teenagers, or and they're all eating fruit that's been supplied by the monsters under the ground. Anyway, he goes into the library, this old crumbled out library that's and he picks up a book, and immediately you touch it, it crumbles into dust because it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old. That's what it'd be like once the books are gone. There's no learning, nothing. Learning about history, learning about science, talking about astrology, nothing. Yeah, yeah, Amber. It's supposed to say I watch history and science documentaries. Yeah. This is okay. Daniel Birchall. Mark is rude to ignore comment. What do you think about cutting your boy when this young? See, that doesn't even make any sense. You wonder why. Well, see, half the time, see, if it doesn't make sense, I can't read it. And you've had comments that have been taken off, I believe. Mark is rude to ignore comment. No punctuation there. What do you think about cutting your boy when he's young? What the fuck does that mean? Okay, maybe if you want to write underneath, there you go. Right, and you wonder why your comments are being fucking ignored. You dumb. Right, there you go. I'm going to put you on a timeout because you've been a dumb shit. All right. Yeah. Don't ask me why you're being ignored when you put stupid shit like that. Yeah, Amber Franklin. The fact that the ancient Greeks knew that the Earth was round, not flat. Yeah, yeah. I think there was most civilized countries knew that the world was a sphere as opposed to flat. Uh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, they must be pretty backward if they figured that, if it was flat. Although there are people who say they believe that now, but I think they're just attention seekers. They just have to say something opposite to what everybody else knows to be true. Ah, Jack McCready's in the house. hello to you. In fact, that's the thing. It's funny. I get people get people show up and say hello, but it's like 10 minutes before I got to go. Oh dear. Yeah, I think I've been on for 3.5 hours now. Okay. Anyway, I'm like, yeah. I mean, I'm getting a lot of good questions. I'm getting a lot of stupid fuckers writing stuff. I've been on here for 3.5 hours now. Oh, Amber says her iPad keeps missing out words. That's fine. No, it wasn't yours that didn't make too much sense. I mean, I managed to figure out what you were saying. It's people like that other guy. What his name is? Daniel over there. You know, they write stuff that doesn't make any bloody sense. But sometimes I can fill in the gaps. But yours is fine, Amber. Jack Reed. Oh, there you go. Random question with all the Earth and Skills chat. Random question with all the Earth and Skills chat. Oh, I see. Do you believe the moon landings or do you think they were faked? Well, that's interesting, actually. That is interesting question because I've watched programs on it and it's conspiracy theories. Say for example, NASA wanted to. They've got an agenda. They want to follow a certain path. They want to invest in rocket fuels that weigh less and are more productive, for example, and cheaper, and how we're going to colonize other planets and all this kind of stuff. They get given money from the government, from us, not us, but the Americans, the taxpayer. Now, after a while, they're going to have to justify what they're doing with all this money. They get given millions and billions of pounds. Suddenly, the government and the taxpayer are going to be saying, well, all right, show us some results. What the fuck have you been doing with all this money we've been giving you? And they can't be like, well, the thing is, it's like, no, they have to show results. So it is feasible. What I'm saying is feasible that what they've done is send a rocket up into space and then just basically sent it out into the cosmos just on a one-way trip. Okay, there wouldn't necessarily need to be anybody on that rocket. That can be fudged as well. Okay, but say feasibly they could have sent the rocket up into space. Who the fuck's going to know? Just send it out, one-way trip into the middle of nowhere, just sitting around. It's out of our orbit, right? Get the fuck out. Then they get Stanley Kubrick in to make a film of a moon landing, people jumping around, kicking up the dirt, one small step for mankind, all that kind of shit, and sell that to the public and the government who are funding them to say, this is what we've done so far. Aren't we great? Give us more money and we can do better. But, oh, yeah, fair enough. So on the one hand, it could have been something they've done because they have to justify all the money they're getting. They can't just say, well, fucking hell, we've spent it all on here and we've got nothing to show. They have to show something. If they show a faked moon landing, that guarantees them more money to fund what they're doing in order for them to basically do whatever else they're doing. They want to build a colony on Mars. They want to do that. They need money. They need us to give us the money. Give them the money. The taxpayer. So that's one way that's one reason to fake it. It guarantees them more budget for next year because they give them more money. Right, well, done that. Right, what will they do if we can keep giving? They give more money. I'm waffling on because I'm drunk. And on the other hand, okay, so that's why they would have done it to get more money for, of the taxpayer. On the other hand, if they did go to the moon, why have they not gone there again? Why have they not colonized, put the groundwork in to try and build a space station on the moon? They've been there once. They know what the layout is like. They know what the gravity is like. Allegedly, the gravity from all the videos that we watch, assuming it's true, right? That it really was a moon landing. Why have they not gone? Why are they not building space stations? Build a space station. They can mine minerals, possibly from the moon, or use that space station as a stepping stone to salvage minerals from surrounding meteors and surrounding planets and whatever else happens to be going by, space dust. That would be, why are they not doing that? If they went there once, why not build a space station, build a big oasis with its own, like a big building with its own gravity, its own oxygen, put a load of plants in there to help, make oxygen, make food, make oxygen, grow everything you need on there. Use that as a stepping stone for meteors that are flying by, and even meteors that are hitting the moon. Go over there, try and mine those for precious metals. Like for example, they say there's a lot of gold. All the gold that's on Earth came from meteors, they say, So there's meteors out there with precious minerals, gold, platinum, all the rest of it. Gold apparently is a good insulation for. I'm not. I'm trying. I was going to say heat insulation for satellites, but I'm not sure it's heat. I think it's more radiation shielding. I think somebody, maybe if I'm wrong, somebody correct me. But I believe that gold has a property on satellites as a protective. I think it's radiation and whatnot. So they could use that to mine gold and other metals from the moon and build a station, but they haven't done that. So so one hand, if they have done it for real, why are they still not doing it? If they've not done it for real and it was all fake, the reason would be for money. We need more funding. Give us more money, you silly ass taxpayers. Fund us some more. And this is what we've done. We've just, if you look at old footage of the moon landing, it's not exactly, HD quality. So, you could have done it in a shelter somewhere and mocked it up. All you need is, a blanket in the background with some stars on it, a bit of dust and sand and rocks and stuff. A couple of guys on wires jumping around, making it look like it's easy to do. Fuck me. This is, what was it, back in the, I can't remember what year. Can't think straight. I'm drunk, but it was in the 60s, wasn't it? And yeah, Christ. Even now they could actually do that again if they wanted to fake the moon landing. It'd be easy. Look at how many fucking space movies are going out there in Hollywood. It's easy to fake it now with HD quality. Be making it very believable. Just as easy back then because people weren't so savvy. They're watching on black and white television. They weren't that savvy. The average TV viewer about special effects, the movie industry, how they fake images and stuff. Anyway, yeah. Jack McCready's had a couple of messages. He's deleted his own messages. Let's see. I'm reading a few comments. I think to somebody else. Daniel. Oh, there you go. Daniel Birchall with a sensible comment here. I think the moon landing is real, but the JFK assassination now, is that a conspiracy? Well, that's the thing. I mean, the one thing that we can agree on, most people, I think, is that it actually happened, right? He was assassinated. The reason why is the conspiracy is it Lee Harvey Oswald? Did he kill the president? Was he on his own? Did he do it from the book suppository? There's all kinds of things, you know. Whether, I mean, he was in the army, he learned to be a sharpshooter, but apparently the rifle that he used was not the type that you could get those 3 shots in that particular time with that amount of accuracy, and all this kind of thing. But who knows? But see, the thing is, I mean, it is not, if I believe, it's not outside the realms of possibility for the government. I mean, because the prime minister doesn't own the government. There are people, for the people in government to have a prime minister, president assassinated and killed. It's been tried before. I mean, look at Reagan. Reagan was nearly shot. The president gets death threats left and right. Look at the Twin Towers. You know, I mean, we've had this discussion before with the Twin Towers. Was it done by an inside job? It's not inconceivable that the government would bring down that building in order for a higher agenda to take place, namely, we want to go to war with this country for the specific reason. We need a reason. They can't just go to war for no good reason. They need to sell it to the public. And what they do, they get the public outraged by dropping a big building with 3,000 people in it. I don't know whether they did that, but it is perfectly not outside the realms of possibility. They would do it. You're a taxpayer. Your job is to fucking go to work, spend money on shit you don't need, and pay taxes. Okay, so this thing about JFK, yes, that could have been an inside job. He could have been making waves in government that people don't like. So fuck it, get rid of him, get a new guy in, and blame it on some poor schmo, and then kill him before he gets to court. Yeah, I mean, how long after the killing of JFK did Harvey Oswald get killed? You know, basically straight away. I mean, it was like he was in handcuffs for 10 minutes and fucking got killed in the by a nightclub owner. You know, I can't think of it. Was it Jack Ruby, the nightclub owner? So then you've got the guy who you're pinning the killing on, kill him as well. You know, kill all the people involved. But yeah, I mean, it could have been an inside job. It could have been some job of a madman who's pissed off with the government. It could have been an inside job who's, people don't like what he's doing, and they want to get him out. Perfectly feasible. Because at the end of the day, the government is not your friend. I've said this to people. I've told this to. I've had discussions with people who said to me, "Oh, no, the government wouldn't do that. They kill people, drop a building, fucking no." Because what they do, they look at the fucking schmo on the television, right? They look at in England, Theresa May, then and then the fucking blonde ape. Fucking Prime Minister, yeah, the blonde. I swear to Christ, it's the vodka. Anyway, the blonde goof that we got, and anybody before him, people see that, oh, they look like a nice guy. They don't look like they're killers. No, of course not. But it's the fucking people who work in government, who work in the CIA, who work in the the area, the MI5 kind of areas, who do the dirty work, not the guy whose face is on the television. It's the fuckers who we know nothing about. Had to be killed. An inside job, I think. Well, yeah, Jack McCready says, yeah, he knew too much. It was an inside job. I mean, look at Trump now. I mean, he's been impeached last week, or a couple of weeks ago. You look at how many people disagree with him. He was shaking up the government when he was in there, right or wrong, he was up there shaking things up. You know, if enough people in government in the secret departments that nobody knows about, the secret MI5 kind of people, if just take them out. It could have happened. Tom Howe or Hugh, how much vodka have you had? I've had loads. I've been filling this up all night. I've had loads of vodka. It's making my brain sort of slow down a little bit. Oh, I didn't even realise. You put how much vodka how much vodka have you drink, Mark? I didn't even realise that. But yeah, you wrote it underneath, corrected it, drunk. That's how drunk I am. I didn't even read that properly. Makes life mellow. Yeah, says Peter B. Yeah, So yeah. I mean, see, if people base their no, the government wouldn't do that. If you base that on what you see the current prime minister or president, or because of what you see on the television, they're just career politicians. They tell you anything you need to hear. It's the people in the background. It's the same thing like the president has no idea what Area 51 are doing. Because everybody asks. Everybody, when I've watched people on interviewing Donald Trump's son, whatever his name is, his son, anyway. They're asking him, saying, "Hey, listen, now that your dad's president, okay, how about giving us a scoop? What's going on with the aliens?" He doesn't fucking know. Neither does his dad, because it's a completely different. There's what was it? I can't think of the name. The one with Jeff Goldblum with the aliens coming down. Independence Day. Jeff Goldblum's dad in the movie says, you ask him, Area 51, they've got them all over the place. They know what's the scoop. They've got these underground bunkers with aircraft in there and all that. And the Bill Paxton is the president. He's saying to the guy, "Why is it because he finds out the aliens are real. He says, why the fuck did I didn't know about this?" It's just two words: plausible deniability. You think we're going to tell you? The president's there for 4 years, unless he's voted in again. He's in there for another 4 years. Other than that, he's a tourist. It's the people in the background. They work in these departments. They're the ones keeping the secrets. They're the ones who've got the scoop. They're the ones who know the details about any prime minister, anybody who's got assassinated. They know about the moon landings. They know about the aliens. They're not going to fucking share this with a guy who's going to be in the job for 4 years, then he's out. No, they're not going to tell him shit. The prime minister don't know nothing. Anybody's going to get assassinated. It's just the people who are behind the scenes. Collins Customs 1, Mark, what do you think about the Princess Diana conspiracy? I think, well, we'll see, that's the thing. Well, you see, the thing is, people said at the time, because they're looking at the image of the Queen on our money, on the stamps. Nah, the Queen would never do that. She would never organise somebody being murdered. She's an old woman, and the royal family is squeaky clean. You've only got to look at what fucking Prince Andrew's been up to with his mate Epstein. Banging 15-year-olds and back in the 80s. They're not squeaky clean. Whether they would organise a killing. See, the thing is, what's the worst? I mean, the thing is, what's the worst that could happen, right? She's married to that big-eared goof, Prince Charles. Okay, she's married to him. She's squeezed out a couple of kids who are going to be next in line for the throne. Whatever, you know. Uh, the marriage has gone down the crapper. She's having it away with Pakistani dentists, right? An Indian dentist. She's having away with him. Fucking rugby player. That guy, was it Will Carling, a rugby player? Some army captain who was on Get Me, you know, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here in the fucking jungle. That guy who was definitely the father of that one of her two kids, Harry. Yeah, the one that dressed up as a Nazi. You know, he's no product. He doesn't have any of Prince Charles's genes in him. Let me tell you, it's all right. So she's got that. She's opening her legs for any fucker that'll have a go. He'll So what's going to happen? Princess Charles and her get divorced. It's going to cause a little bit of a scandal. You know, it's going to put the royal family in a bad situation for a bit. But killing her, I don't know. I mean, aside, yeah, I mean, aside from the bad press and the the awkwardness, I mean, apparently she wasn't that favorite with the Queen anyway. What does she know? She's 100-year-old. Fuck around, she's gonna be dead soon. But she didn't like Diana. But having enough to have her killed, I don't know. I think it could be that the paparazzi with it could be another thing. I mean, at one point they were tracking that fucker on the driver for being drunk. At one point, that's how desperate they were to find an answer for that. They were blaming on the paparazzi for chasing them all over town. They were blaming the driver for being drunk. They were blaming who else I could fucking find. They were blaming other people for being on the road. So yeah, I don't know. I think it was just an accident. It's just an unfortunate set of incidents that happened. While the royal family are not squeaky clean by no stretch. Okay, I don't think that they would have organised the killing, considering the risk of murdering somebody against the reward. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? They get divorced. There's some bad press. That's it. She's already squeezed out two puppies who are going to be next in line for the throne, Harry and the other one. So it wouldn't be worth killing her. I don't think. Jack Reed. Now you've done it. You've been found. You'll be found at the bottom of the local pond tomorrow. That's the thing. Yeah, yeah, I'll tell you what, though. Major. Yeah, there you go. Jack McCready. His name was Major Hewitt. Yeah, he was an army captain who, for some reason, decided it'd be a good idea to go on that get me out of here because I'm a celeb kind of in the Australian jungle. He is definitely the father of that Harry. He's definitely not Prince Charles. And the thing is, I mean, there was a while back, 15 years ago, I was saying to my brother, about, I can't be the only one who sees that. Surely. And he went on the computer, and apparently there is, there's something going on. There were some rumors and some talk on the internet about about some other guy being the father. Amber Franklin, yeah. Henry VIII killed two of his wives. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck's that? It's lucky we don't have that nowadays. We took the power from the royal family, so they don't have the power of life and death. But yeah, he killed his wife. From what I understand, partly because I think he wanted to marry somebody else, and also they weren't producing male heirs, so they were out. In fact, one of them, I can't remember, was it? One of them had 6 fingers. You know, I think I can't think of the name, but I actually met a man at a pub, and a group of us, we were talking to him, you know, for about half an hour, and then all of a sudden he showed us, you know, it was fucking hell. It was like it really was. It was like an extra. It was like that, you know. He showed his hand, an extra finger, you know, like sticking out over this way. So you kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, fuck me. It was the most freaky fucking thing I've ever seen in my life, you know. I mean, I've seen people with missing fingers before, but that was hard. It wasn't half as shocking as this guy with an extra digit, man. And the thing is, we never know. It's only because the guy showed us. Because I mean, we were sitting with him for a good half an hour before we realised. Okay, okay. All right. Look. Oh, look at that. 4 hours and 29, 30 seconds. All right. Anybody? You've got 25 seconds to hit the thumbs up if you haven't already. I've got a look at that. It's 10 past, 12 past 1 in the morning. Yeah. If you can be a pal, hit the thumb before we go. Oh boy, I've got to go eat. I've been drinking lots of vodka. I need to sleep. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to get some chicken nuggets or some shit out of the freezer. Okay. Anyway, well, thank you everybody for watching. And it's been a good turnout. I've had it's about 18, 19 people watching. I've had you know, quite a few, up to 30 odd. Lots of thumbs up. And yeah, so that's that. It's been 4 hours, right? I've got to go. So thank you everybody, and a good night.